Oh god, let's fix this camera angle. God, that is right. How's that? Yeah? Anyone getting motion sick yet? Man. I've got this arm for my camera, like my webcam that I use to shoot, but like, it's like one of the gears that you use to tighten it. I've been having trouble getting it to like actually stay up. So I've had to like reshoot some of the Tosh's videos because like suddenly you'll just see the camera start to go like, yeah. Anyways, let me get that. Yeah, so you all can see this nice prepared blue environment here. So, what's been going on? Man, whew, like, I always liked, like, coffee with a little bit of whiskey just for, like, a little bit of bite. But, like, we went to the liquor store this last week and picked up some, like, Evan Williams honey. And I'm just like, oh, man. That is just, who even needs creamer at that point? Oh, it's so good. So, um, in this stream, I have had a couple of like feedback, couple of feedback. I've had some feedback from people who have like gotten my contact information from the merchant class and have hit me up either on like Twitter or Discord or whatever, and brought up some things that I was like, oh, maybe I should clarify that, and I thought that might be kind of fun to do in a stream. I saw that Adrianeth was in here, so I also be playing in a game with AJ Pickett's actually going to be DMing it, and I'm actually going to be playing a Necromancer to see exactly just how insane that subclass really is. I looking at it by the numbers, I'm like, woo, that is such a nutso subclass. But like, oh man, I can't wait. I'm going to be playing. I still haven't decided. I don't think I'm going to do an accent because I can't really do the French accent justice. Because I've had this idea for Loic, and you can hear my coffee pot. There we go. I've had this idea for Loic, who is going to be a sort of an ambassador for good necromancy, and I just thought that this would be a really fun kind of character to play. Where, you think necromancer usually it's very like, oh yeah, I'm going to raise up the dead, do whatever. And this is going to be a very diplomatic, you know what, we're trying to reform the idea of necromancy here. So I thought that would be a lot of fun to actually play out, and I'm just super stoked for that character, especially because AJ was cool with us taking any of the, like, he's cool with us taking any of the character options that are in Tasha's, and, like, there's a few that I think really, really did appeal to me at first, but, like, honestly, I think the spells are what are really exciting in there, because I want to see what I can make happen with Summon Undead, and, we're playing at 5th level, so, like, at the next level I'm going to get Animate Dead, so I'm like, alright, I can wait, and I'll just get it for free then, and I'll see how good Summon Undead is going to be. Let me see what's going on with chat. Got one. Oh, yeah. I've been trying to plan mine around whenever AJ's going to stream, because we have a lot of crossover, where I know that as if he starts streaming whenever I've got some stuff going on, usually I see like, 10 people kind of file out real quick. His streams are great for lore. AJ's the guy that, like, if I've got an idea, I'll just hit him up and just see, like, oh, hey, God, that actually scared me for a second. What's going on, Papa Monday? Like, if I've got, I need to look up some Forgotten Realms lore or something like that, I just, like, hit up AJ and I'm like, hey, where can I find, like, some good, today it was on Portal Magic, because I've got an adventure I'm writing, and, I don't know, I might talk about that a little bit on here. But an adventure I'm writing where I was really trying to figure out how portals worked in the Forgotten Realms and what spells would you need to do A, B, and C, what books can I look up to kind of get some like backstory on portals and everything like that. So adventure writing is something that I'm really trying to I would love in 2021 to get out like 2 or 3 good solid adventures and I'm like, yeah, that felt I'm doing the D&D thing. But anyways, what's up, Freezy Paw? Blue is very calming. I love my studio. This is just such a fun space. I love being in here, just like I've got the guitars, and I've got my computer for anything like, video content or whatever I want to make. So I love, really, like, I think if you make your workspace feel a lot more homely, you're a lot more likely to like be productive. I initially thought that like by me making a home office, it was going to make me a little bit lazier because it was just going to feel like this is where I game and do whatever. Honestly, it's like I wake up at 6 o'clock and I'm in here by like 6:30 already working on stuff. I'm like up and ready to go. But yeah, I love my studio. You have no idea how excruciating it is living in New Zealand and having to wait for Tasha's to release. Oh, yeah. Are you guys still having to wait until like December 3rd or something like that? Because, like, I got mine pretty quick. I think it was here the day of. And I had initially gotten the message on Amazon that it was going to be delayed for until, like, something insane like that. But no, I've got my hard copy here. Yeah. I like, I like about 60% of what we've gotten in Tasha's. Um, like, I just wrapped up. Part of the reason I was running late is I was doing a discussion with Ross about College of Eloquence Bard, and he's actually going to be featured in that subclass review. College of Eloquence is nuts, guys. I don't know if you've taken a look at that one, but we have an insane subclass in Tasha's with College of Eloquence, and it was one that I thought I've heard a lot of opinions about this one, and I'm not super sure how to phrase this quite right. So having him on really helped out with that, and I think that's going to be a great video. You've really been going at. Hey, I've been trying to get ahead of it. By the way, since I started doing the Tasha stuff, this is what I'm super stoked about. I've gained 200 subscribers since Tasha's came out. That is insane. And I thank all you guys that have been sharing the videos, just doing whatever, like leaving a lot of really, fun conversation happening over in the Discord channel, in the comment sections, and then like me branching out a little bit from just D&D and talking about my musical interests or just kind of whatever, seeing a lot of the support that's happened over there, because like the Tasha videos have done really well, but me talking about Jacob Collier's Grammy nomination got like, whoa, so many views so quick. So that was really fun to see, and I hope to keep talking about music a little bit more, because I love D&D, but D&D is very much a hobby of mine. Music is what I really built a career around, but like I love just talking more and more about different hobbies and stuff. I'd like to, I don't know, show that that's not like the only thing I'm focused with here on the channel, So I think it's important for everyone to have multiple hobbies, because I think if you invest yourself way too heavy into D&D and like that becomes everything and everything, like, oh man, you can get burnt out on the game real quick, Let me see here. There are no good necromancy. There might be good necromancers and no good necromancy. There's a god called Ilmater that you should look up in Forgotten Realms lore, because good and like good and positive and negative necromancy are like kind of in this embroiled battle in Forgotten Realms lore. So go check that out. I'm sure AJ's done some videos on it or something. Resurrection maybe, but that's like zombies. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is like, with this character, I kind of want to explore the idea of what's the philosophy of necromancy that makes it bad? Why is it evil? Because I'm like, is it because like you're using their body against their will, and therein like, necromancy is evil because you're like corrupting, you're using somebody else's. It's not necessarily their will, right? Because they're dead, but you're using their body against their will, and that's sketchy. But like, how could you possibly reshape necromancy in a way to make it to where it's like, let's solve some of the ethical problems, Like, I even thought with like as playing a wizard, like as playing a wizard, maybe I could possibly write a spell, and that spell would allow that like you bring the creature back, but maybe akin to not resurrection, reincarnation, right? We're like, you bring them back, but they're a zombie. That's something fun like that, man. Just it's something I've been considering. His Ixalakas and Yizgard were really good at his last weeks. Yeah, AJ's also been really killing it on YouTube. AJ's been getting content out. Like, AJ's super great with consistency, man. He gets out content in just such a steady stream. And he's been a really great advisor for me just kind of blossoming in my YouTube career. So, yeah, I always call him my YouTube dad. So, let me see here. We'll probably take a lot longer to get to New Zealand. Yeah, no doubt. Oh, good. So that is Latin America, right, Freezy? So if you guys are getting it, cool, good. I'm glad that they're getting out on well, not on time, but a little bit more reasonably than December 3rd. I'm one of those 200. Oh, hey, thanks for being here, Zenithos. I appreciate it. Yeah, I try to present a more like analytical like perspective towards this stuff because, I've seen a lot of people giving kind of their opinions, but I hadn't really seen anybody looking at it in terms of like, a class design sort of perspective. And I don't know, I just kind of got the wild hair to start doing this as a series, and then it just started taking off, and it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. I've got a lot of hopes for 2021. I love the Eloquence Bard thematically and its social interaction with the subclass. Let me tell you this. I love, and I think that a College of Eloquence Bard definitely needs to be a thing in D&D. I love this idea of playing this like politician sort of like diplomat character, right? College of Eloquence is 3rd level. Maybe the strongest 3rd level that we've seen in a subclass in D&D 5e. It is so nuts. And you'll get the perspective a little bit more on the video. We really, really dug in deep on that one. I think College of Eloquence might wind up being about a 30 to 45 minute long video. But it's me and Ross is also just a really charismatic guy, and it's really easy talking with him. And yeah, a great mind on D&D design. So a lot of interesting perspectives, and we addressed a lot of the counter arguments I've heard about my perspectives on it in this last week. So that was a good talk. I'm looking forward to getting into that one. I'm one of the new subs from the Tasha's Review era. Hey. When I was researching something from Tasha's, I think it might be the Astral Monk, your review of it was the first thing Google threw at me. Glad to know that Google's getting me trending. That's awesome. I knew it kind of blew my mind whenever one of my buddies told me, like, hey, I opened up YouTube the other day and you were on my, like, suggested page. And I was like, what? No kidding? Like, oh, man, awesome. Yeah, someone told me that I was autoplaying after Nerdarchy, and I was like, wait, what? All right. Oh, my God. Cool. Like, you have a mix and match muse like myself. Oh yeah, it's very important, I think, to not pin yourself down to just like this is the one thing that defines me. Just read Slipknot. Oh hey Slipknot. Hey, okay, yeah man, we'll be here for a little while. Hopefully the VOD's up by tomorrow morning. I think it's important. And one of the things, a video I've been considering doing for a while is like being a more healthy gamer in a way that you don't make your identity so forged around this one thing. Because a lot of my buddies that I've talked to that I've seen kind of go down that path, and they let like gaming really shape their entire identity. I tend to find that like they're a little bit unhappier because they don't really feel fulfilled in the other aspects of their life. And like most of the times that I've had what I might consider to be a like problematic entire life around D&D, and these are usually people that have like 6 games going a week, right? So I think it's important to find satisfaction in other areas of your life. And I think if I was to do like hey, let's just do I think something like that. And I've been watching a lot of Dr. K, by the way. He's a Twitch, actually a psychologist that streams over on Twitch. But he's even talked a lot about being careful about how much of yourself you give to these things that you like to do in your life, right? Because I even noticed, I got really burnt out on music as I was graduating college because I was doing music 24/7. If I wasn't in rehearsal, I was at home doing homework or practicing or doing whatever. So it's good to have that kind of balance. And I think finding that balance is what ultimately makes you a lot more fun person just to be around. And a lot better at all the things that you try to do. Nerd Immersion is making a necromancy class, not a subclass. Good luck. I would love to see necromancy, like a necromancer class. I just don't think that there's enough identity to forge out different subclasses to it. And I think the way that we have it in D&D is pretty okay. Hey, Thaumaturge! The way, because in Forgotten Realms lore, it makes a lot of sense as a wizard subclass option, right? But I think, like, if you go Necromancer as, like, a full-on class, like, oh, man, I'm trying to kind of picture what you would do with Necromancer that isn't, like, already kind of covered in the game, Because, like, man, zombies are pretty good stat blocks to just bring up if you can bring up, 3 of them with that spell? It's good. I mean, no lie, I wouldn't knock it. Do you think that you'll make any more homebrew class reviews? I would. I would be interested in doing that. I felt a little bit, how do I put it? It's not like, it didn't necessarily feel unethical to me, but for me to say that I was doing reviews of the work of people that I've worked with, because I thought that was going to be, hey Megan, how do I put it? Like, man, I have already worked with two of, I think, some of the best class designers that are currently out there in the world right now. Benjamin and Ross are way super ahead of the game. Like, oh man, they just have great minds for D&D 5e. Now, might hiccup here in a second. There we go. I am interested in doing some more homebrew reviews. And what I think I might do is, instead of, like, doing it as a review kind of a thing, talking with the creator about, like, their class and everything, I tried that out with Ross for his Odic. And unfortunately, man, I was just super tired for that one. I didn't really like how that video was really coming out whenever I went to edit it. And it's a shame because it was like a 2-hour long interview where we were just talking about, how to play what is essentially a blood mage. It is a super cool class. But I was super tired, not feeling great that week. And I think doing it as a review was like, ugh. I didn't want to review the stuff of people that I have a financial, like, interest in, because, like, Ross, Benjamin, and I worked on Legends of Frozenfar together, and that felt a little dishonest, for me to do a review like that. So I will in the future. I'd love to sit down with more designers and just talk about their classes and see what's going on. But I'm going to work that out at some point. Let me get ahead of Tasha's. Let me see here. Live in Puerto Rico. PR is still in the U.S. territory. Retreated. Dude, wait, didn't you guys get state shit in the last election? I thought Puerto Rico joined I thought you guys got 51 status. Do I just remember that entirely wrong? I thought you all voted for that. Yeah, gaming is a path to the dark side. No, okay, so, Michael, I'm not kidding. 6 games a week. Whenever I was DMing Adventurers League, it was not uncommon to find people, because, like, here in Tulsa, we had, at one point, 4 different locations that were doing Adventurers League. And I remember people, because I DM'd for 2 of them, because I wanted to help the scene, like, kind of bolster up. I remember people that would go from one store on Tuesday to another store on Thursday, or another store on Wednesday, to another store on Thursday, and then play another one on Saturday. And then they would have 2 homebrew games going on Sunday and Monday. And I was like, oh man, if that sounds like you're like you want to do that, go for it, more power to you. I just don't think I would. I can't really keep up my sanity with something like that, you know? And yeah. You don't want to see. Yeah, no, for sure. The last thing I want to do is really open myself up to critique for like being people thinking that I'm being dishonest about something, especially concerning like a product review. I think a lot of people came to the channel and they liked my approach and my, the way that I discuss these things. So I think if I were to like, I just wouldn't want to like wreck my credibility in that kind of a sense, you know. So yeah, but I do plan on doing some more in the future. But I think I would like to do some creator-based, just like interviews with stuff like that, talking about their products. I think that could be a lot more fun. Let me make sure because my phone's blowing up. Oh, okay. Hey, I can barely stick around because of the time. Oh, hey, it's no big deal. Just come check out the VOD tomorrow. Highly recommend looking online. Been doing one a week for 2 months because it's over. Oh, yeah. So a lot of people are talking about online games, and if I would really love, I think Roll20 has got a lot of potential, but it's just something that I've gotten really frustrated and kind of burned by Roll20. So like, their customer service is just not great, like to say the very least. I would love to do like some more virtual tabletop kind of stuff because I think that there's a lot of potential there, but my only limitation right now is just that I don't really know how to run it that well. So, do I think that Tasha's will fundamentally change the way that creators look at class design? It already has. I feel as though D&D is pushing hard towards the feel of classes and pulling away from the focus on mechanics. So, yes, Tasha is giving us a new sense of what Wizards of the Coast believes to be a, like, fair and balanced class, you know? Now, like, oh man, I'll just say straight up, I like about 60% of what I've seen on Tasha's. I think a lot of the character options are pretty decent. I think the lineage system is like not great, not great. I think that it was an attempt to solve a problem that very well. It was an attempt to solve a problem that wound up creating more problems because now it's just like kind of a min-maxer's dream, right? You get to pick your ability scores. How insane! It's not tied into any like character traits. Like that's pretty nuts. And I think the problem created by that is like, all right, so don't unsubscribe from me for saying this, right? But we have to come to this understanding, and this is gonna sound like a real hot take. D&D has a meta, okay? Now that's not a bad thing. Whenever you get to a point where there's character options created for a game, a meta develops, okay? And I said this in my paper that I put up the other day. There is a definite meta that we can define for D&D. Now, that meta can be very many different things, right? But we understand that there are play styles, there are people that perform certain roles and whatever. And, like, whenever you're shaping your party, what do you talk about? Yeah. Man, you seem real cool, Megan. So, like, if you think about the classic party comp, right? We're talking fighter, rogue, wizard, and cleric. You're talking about a frontline tank, a midline striker, a midline healer, and then a backline caster. Those are all some pretty well-defined roles. And we've learned that a fantasy party comp actually does pretty well. Like the TTRPG comp, we know that that's a pretty effective party, right? Now, there's all kinds of different party comps you can go with. You can go all cleric, all bard, and do really, really well, right? But we do know that part of the reason why they do really well is because those classes are good at doing multiple different roles. You can roll up frontline cleric, blaster cleric, midline, you want to go trickery domain, and then, dexterity based cleric. You can do that. You can do the same thing with bard. But you are going to want separate things out of each character. So we know that there is something of a meta to D&D. And to me with Tasha's, like, oh man, I think, like, I just think with your ability scores being so flexible like that, it kind of creates a problem where now race traits are the only thing you're really looking at. Because, like, if you go Yuan Ti and you can pick your +2/+1, that's insane. Magic resistance, poison immunity? Holy hell. On top of that, a flexible ability score improvement? Why are you going to play, like, human? You know, like, you get your free feat. Sure, now you have the custom lineage where you can get the free feat in Dark Vision if you want it. And then that free feat can give you another +1. Like, so variant human getting a +1/+1 and then a feat, like, oh man, it's just, it's kind of, yeah. So lineage to me is a system that I think is creating a pretty bad problem. So I mean, I'm personally not going to use it at my tables. I've created my own thing, but yeah, if you want to go check it out, it's narrative driven character creation over on the DM's Guild. You can go pick it up or pay what you want. Totally free. I just thought it should be assigned somewhat into a character option, not just like put it wherever you want. Anyways, what class am I thinking of fixing today? I am actually going to be doing a tweak, a tweak of my merchant class, where I've gotten a lot of feedback from customers and people over on Reddit or on Twitter, where they're asking me to clarify something. So I wanted to do that tonight and just kind of talk a little bit about the merchant. I actually thought about doing a how to play merchant video similar to how I did that how to play cleric, because I love that video. It's one of my favorite channels, or my favorite videos on my channel. It's just it takes a little bit longer because cleric was a lot of math, So yeah, but I am considering doing another video on that. Let me get up to a few more in chat, and then I'll go over to the merchant and InDesign. Let me make sure I've even got that pulled up. I knew that was a thing. Oh, no, there we go. Skip. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me see what's going on with chat. The interview overview with the curse. Hey, glad you think so. That was our curse is a real cool class. I actually have a player playing one in my Rime of the Frost Maiden campaign, and I have seen him roleplay the hell out of that character. I love the Accurse, and I think it fits in really well with some certain campaigns, and like, you know, if you're going for like real comic booky, like, hey, fun, adventure-y, you know, whatever, it might not super fit, but like with Rime of the Frost Maiden supposedly having some horror elements into it, I thought it would fit pretty well over there. And the guy that's playing it is my buddy Sean, and Sean is, you know, Sean went from like originally playing kind of as a bit of a wing rod to like, I want to derail stuff and just do whatever, into one of my favorite role players I've had at my tables. I love whenever Sean plays a character. He's just such a big. The dude is built like a brick house, man. I mean, he is. What is Sean? He's 6'7". I want to say, tall dude, and he's just like, oh, a massive guy. It's just so funny that he's just like, yeah, man, when are we playing D&D next? You know, I'm like, yes! I'm glad I got you into the game. It's such a fun guy. Some sort of over versatility. Yeah, versatility is very strong. Flexibility is extremely strong in D&D. And just throwing that around to every single race, especially whenever you're not considering things like Mountain Dwarf getting a +2 to 2 ability scores, that system is not. No. I don't think lineage should be the way that we do this. And I think that they're going to get feedback from Adventurers League here within the next year that shows just exactly how bad its implementation is going to be. Okay, let's see here. How hard is it creating a full homebrew class? Oh, that's a good question. You know, it is, like, I dipped my toes in the water with it back in like 2017, And originally it was a little rough for me to make a subclass and think like I couldn't figure out how can I rate how strong something is, right? How can I do whatever, whatever. There's not exactly a real guide to it. We just generally know characters, what usually feels good for a character. And like, I think once you figured out the playstyle you want to evoke with it, it's a little bit easier to start writing features. That could be a really fun discussion, actually, because I've been meaning to get Benjamin and Ross like on here for a live stream, but Benjamin just had a kid, so he is super busy right now, and everybody's lives are kind of unpredictable. So, yeah, we had all talked about doing this at one point, and then the world just started falling apart. So, but yeah, no, I'll talk about it a little bit more once we get over into my merchant. Uh, Power gamers aren't the problem, it's abusing the system and disregarding the rest of the table. If the system can be abused, then there's a problem. If you're like that, and that's one of the things I don't think is a great take, is to say that like you should punish players for abusing the system. I think that the system should be like kind of fleshed out enough and like try to prevent those exploits, right? Which is why like whenever I called out key consumption in my Unearthed Arcana review and said like, guys, you don't understand how insane this is. Like, this is not gonna wind up being on the final Astral Self. I got like 200 comments about that saying like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like, I'm saying that I'm fine with Astral Self being in the game. It can't be like it was in the Unearthed Arcana. And then hey, key consumption got removed. So hey, I'm just gonna stand on that throne and watch Reddit complain about how much they nerfed Astral Self, because boy did it need it. It really needed it, guys. Uh, be cool. All right, yeah. I'll talk about it, and we're gonna look at the InDesign file for Merchant here in just a second. I'm working on a bunch of homebrew Accursed subclasses right now. Cool. Yes. The unique thing with the Accursed is that it has detriments to it, and it's very hard because I'm actually working on an undead class, and it's very hard to give a character option detriments in 5e, because 5e is not the system for detriments. So we're trying to figure out how to do that and make it feel pretty okay. Ross did a fantastic job of it because that detriment can be used against your enemies, and so it feels actually like, hey, we have some actual power budget we're working with here. So, yeah, that I love his Accursed class. Uh, what do I think has a bigger ethical dilemma, enchantment or necromancy? Enchantment. Enchantment is, oh man, enchantment can make a creepy character real quick. So, like, man, enchantment, number one, the wizard subclass needs an overhaul real bad. Enchantment wizard suffers from a lot of problems, and it falls off so bad in late game. And I was really shocked to see that like not a lot of people really knew just exactly how rough that subclass could be. Um, and I've looked at it several times since I made my video on it, and I still think we're looking at that possibly being one of the worst wizards in the game. But from an ethical standpoint, we're talking like charm person and everything like that. That has to be narrated very carefully, very carefully. Make sure that you and your DM and everybody have an agreement as to how effects like charmed are going to work in a game, and like what kind of agency do you lose whenever you are charmed. Um, yeah, it that's one of those things that I think is a very table by table basis. And we even saw that be the big reason why Wizards of the Coast renamed it's now the Peace domain, but it used to be the Love domain, and they got big outlash over like it got charm person, and that felt real weird. So it's just yeah, an example of a narrative being a little bad on that. Um, yeah, enchantment for sure. It seems like it's getting rid of engagement for players. Why have filled roles when they can do anything themselves? Exactly, exactly. Uh, yeah, I flexibility is really strong in D&D. I'm just gonna keep saying that about Lineage. Oh yeah, Any fun ideas? I'll get to Megan's here in a second. Any fun ideas for a Swarmkeeper Ranger? Someone posted a picture of like a like Warforged ranger that just had holes all over his body, where like he was a living beehive, and it was just called like trypto. Is it tryptophobia? What is it? The one where you're just like terrified of holes? And I was just like, that is such an upsetting character concept. I saw another one where it was like, was it Swarmkeeper, but they used a swarm of chickens? And that just sounded so damn funny. No, I love Swarmkeeper. I love the flavor of that one. I'm really excited to do my review on that one. But yeah, I think that, man, really, really fun idea for a Swarmkeeper. I don't know. I keep resorting back to Fearbolg because they're like just one of my favorite races. And I think like a Fearbolg with like a swarm of like hummingbirds or something sounds hilarious. Or I don't know. What's like a cool bug that I've always liked? Like I really dig dragonflies. Scarabs. Oh, you know what could be a sick Swarmkeeper Ranger? Like, so go with like kind of a mummy flair with the Ranger and like have it be scarab beetles. And like, oh man, ooh, there could be some like really cool flavor in that. Oh, I'd have to sit and think on that one. That could be nasty. I just love Swarmkeeper. Totally makes sense as a ranger. Yeah, I love that subclass. Let me see here. Megan said, "I have a great community." Oh, thanks. Yeah, hey, there. It's been a really fun discussion over on Discord. Which, by the way, I don't know if any of you all. Let me actually grab the Discord link and post that up in chat for anybody that wants to come and hang out over there. Why is that? Oh, streamer mode. Okay, I was like, it's not showing me the link. Yeah, I'm posting up the link to Discord over in chat. You all can join up over there. We've been having a lot of fun talks. Actually, it's been really cool seeing a lot of people's homebrew that they've been submitting to just have people talk about. It's been a really I was super sketched out about like, oh man, I've got to learn this new software and everything. And then once I actually started like, getting into Discord, I was like, okay, I can see why people like this now. It's just it's a very fun way to keep in touch with everybody in the community, and I really like it. So yeah, come join. Okay. So I'm seeing a lot of questions come in about making homebrew classes. So let's get over into the ranger, or like the merchant. Let me see. Is that gonna be right? Do that. Oh god, that's gonna look like a mess. Hang on. Yeah, that looks a lot cleaner, right? Okay. So this is the InDesign document for the merchant. Man, I need to relink all that crap. InDesign, if you're noticing these little red question marks, that means that I have the picture here on my computer somewhere, but it can't find it right now. Oh, cool. So, my merchant is, like, if we're talking about the playstyle that this merchant is supposed to evoke, it's very much supposed to be a heavy support. Because that's what merchant always was in, like, all of my favorite JRPGs. And I wanted to bring that over into D&D somehow and kind of communicate this idea that, like, if you look at, this isn't like an Elminster's guide, but it was like Volo and Elminster having this discussion about the, like, magic behind value, right? Like, some of the most expensive spells in the game, some of the most powerful spells, require material components that cost thousands of gold. So, Elminster was proposing in this book that, like, there must be some reason, right, that we look at these things, these components, as valuable. And they came to the conclusion that there must be some magic behind it, behind, like, quality or whatever you want to say, preciousness, right? So that's what makes, like, a life worth a diamond, So, with the merchant, I kind of explored that idea. And what all is the merchant really going to do? the merchant is going to be like I like this as, think about it as Bard's answer to Artificer, right? Like, Artificer is, I am the crafter for the intelligence, like, I'm the magic item guy for intelligence. And I thought, cool, what would that be for charisma? Merchant. Totally makes sense, right? This merchant, let me think about this real quick. So, some of the critiques I've gotten were spellcasting. Okay, so some people have asked about why it can't use an arcane focus. Good question. The reason being because I wanted like components to still be mostly a thing with this, and the more and more I've looked at it, the more I'm like, did I really capture that? Is that narrative really adding much to the game? Like, it can't use an arcane focus. Okay, well, there's a merchant later on that's able to stock arcane focuses at half cost. So, like, it's not a big deal. It's not causing any issues of balance for them to use an arcane focus. Really, to me, though, I thought what would be more fun is that you would have to use material components for it, because that would mean that you'd have to stock them, right? But, like, man, is that just a nerf to your portable storefront? You could just buy, like, a component pouch for 25 gold, but that's a big chunk out of your... it is a big, big chunk out of your portable storefront to do that. So, I think that the class, and this is interesting, right? Because I hadn't really considered that as being something to really get across. Like, that's sort of a question of, or an argument of style versus substance, you know? And I have to ultimately, and yeah, I'm moving that around, no earthquakes or anything. I have to wonder if the narrative really got across with that, and I don't know that it did. Despite this thing getting some really great reviews, which, thank you to anybody that left a review over it on the DMs Guild. I look at those like once a week just to reassure myself that I'm an okay person. But I don't think the narrative of that really got across. So I think I do need to change that, where it's going to get an arcane focus or a component pouch. Arcane focus or component pouch. The Artificer doesn't have an arcane focus, but they use their tools as the focus, and that delivers their narrative just fine. Yeah. This just give their focus at first level. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and if I want to stick with, like... Oh, wait. See? That's what I was saying! Webcam! See? I told you guys it would happen at some point. I just knew it. Yep. Hang on, let me fix that. I look up and suddenly the webcam is like down in my coffee. Okay. Hopefully that stays. Stay. I move you a little bit and you get all temperamental with me. Stay. Yes. Stay. Don't you shake your head at me. Okay. Oh, come on. That'll work. Okay. So, and that's not really a super exciting thing to really, get into, but I do think that it is something that should be clarified, and here you go again. All right, let me tighten this. Y'all get to look at my sweaty forehead. All right, that should be good. That should be good. Stay. And actually, let me turn the heat down real quick. Because it is hot! Whew. Okay. Did you stay? I mean, it looks tilted, but hey. There we go. Cool. InDesign brings back strong memories of graphic design class. Hey man, it is. This is like the premier, layout tool, and for a damn good reason. InDesign is just brilliant. I love this software. I spend like most of my day just figuring out new tricks in InDesign. It's such great software. Um, I would start the mechanic off with a free personal component pouch. Yeah, I would not let them use an arcane focus personally, but there may be someone out there whose heart is set on. I think that could be fine for like different subclasses, right? I think that component pouch makes a whole lot of sense, and it's actually kind of a fun contrast to like Artificer, like because we're talking about this kind of being a mirror to Artificer, and like if we go that route where you get your component pouch and you have to subsidize it with whatever, the cool thing that merchant gets is that it has this feature, which is one of my favorite things I've ever written for a class. And by the way, uh, the College of Creation Bard gets something quite similar to this. So, what this does, component subsidizing. You may supplement the material components of one of your allies' spells with your mercantile magic. When a willing creature uses the cast a spell action and declares the spell they intend to cast, you can use your reaction and expend a merchant spell slot of a level equal to the level of the spell being cast to remove any material components required this turn for the spell. If the cost of the material components being removed is higher than the value of your portable storefront, the spell fails. Whenever I wrote this, I was just like, "Oh, dude, it makes like the identity is here." This made their spell casting feel super unique, and like there's a few really cool things about this that I just absolutely love. Number one, it's kind of self balancing because you're not going to get any higher than a fifth level spell slot. And your storefront value, we're talking about 9,500 gold pieces, right? Like, the really, really crazy spell, yes, this is going to help out with Revivify, but not until like ninth level, you know? So, I think that this is mostly okay. And, like, yeah, no, exactly. Um, they already put something stronger than that on a subclass. Like, guys, Bard College of Creation is doing like free Revivify at 14th level. So this is doing this a little bit earlier. It's a little bit more effective at doing that than College of Creation Bard. Um, but that subclass hadn't been made yet. So, hey, I didn't steal anything there. That was my own creation. But yeah. Anyways, uh, it's hard to take yourself out of your creation, but when you turn the merchant over to the player, you want the story to feel like theirs. I think for that reason, I let myself use either or. Mm, yeah, yeah. I think I think the route to go with that may be that we can give it to the subclasses. Like you can use alchemist supplies. Oh god dang it! I've got to fix a paragraph style here. Um, you can use um, like alchemy supplies as an arcane focus for your merchant spells. Um, Maybe something like that. I'm not sure. Um, yeah, that's something I'm gonna make a mental note of. Actually, let me just do this. Cool. Little InDesign tip: make notes to yourself out over here. Actually, Wallrock was showing me that over on Twitter, and I was like, yeah, that makes way too much sense. Component subsidizing, yeah. So that was supposed to be the real big strength of that. Now, there's another spell in here, and I will address the arcane focus thing. What was that one feature? Someone mentioned that. Oh yeah, Pack Mule was super fun. Man, this is kind of fun. It's like almost like looking at old college work I did, even though I only finished this year. Um, Backstock. I think it might have been on the Esotericist. Oh, I need to. What happened to all my italics? I need to fix some of these styles. Okay. Um. No, E. Oh, by the way, if some of you that might not know, the artist on this is the same guy that did my channel artwork, Jeremy Luther. Go check him out, Jeremy Luther Art. Just the guy's just got such a great style, and I had to hire him on for this. Yeah, what is going on with this? I need to get. Let's put that at like 98. Let's go a little bit further. 93. Cool. Yeah, some of my formatting is like really odd. Oh, because I made this on my old computer. Okay, I see what's going on. Yep, yep. Okay, I made this on my old computer, so some of the formatting must have just gotten mangled from me bringing it over into my beast of a rig now. If making the choice of them, they would flavor what tool they're using. I have a Battlemaster Artificer who uses gems, so my crossbow is a light gem. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I thought for Legends of Frozenfar, I had considered doing a like crystal sort of like artificer specialty, where it was all about like geomancy. Um, it that was until I came up with the runic invocation system, and then it was like, oh no, this works so well for artificer. We have to do this. So yeah, I would love to actually do that, tackle it later on as a different kind of a subclass idea. Because I really like the idea of if it's like a gem material component that you use for a spell, it can do some different stuff. I really like that narrative. Yeah. And stuff like this, my divine sorcerer scorching ray. Oh. Okay, so it was a feature that I think got patrons and patrons. Some other gods not taking proper precautions. Let me look at this one, because I think it was on the Esotericist one. And wasn't it? Why don't I just do this? Wait, that's not okay. Cool. I was really hoping that was not going to open up over here. All right. Let me just go through some of what I've gotten over on Twitter and over on the DN's Guild. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Ah, that's Thaumatarge that was in here earlier. Okay. Alright, so let me see what their critiques were. Can I just copy paste that over? I can't remember if you can copy paste tweets. Okay, cool. Paste that over here. Let's make that easier to read. Nope, that didn't make that easier to read. I need to be white. Where's my white? Oh, because it's off the... Okay. Alright, listen here. There we go. Okay. Curious about some of the decisions behind the class and its features, such as the spellcasting feature. I noticed that you have spellcasting focus feature. Does this imply that the merchant class cannot make use of a spellcasting foci? Foci? The class starts with a staff, so I believe it's intended to be used like a traveler staff. Spellcasting focus. Yeah, so I should probably clarify that a little bit. So there's 2 spell slots in place of a component. Wait. I'm also curious if one can use 2 spell slots in place of a component that has a cost associated with it by using the component subsidization of oneself. Kind of how one can use... Oh, okay. Okay. So what they're asking right here, Let me get chat pulled back up. What they're asking right here is, could you, because they have another feature in here called exchangeable casting. And the way exchangeable casting works is that you may use your action to give one of your merchant spell slots to another creature that you can touch. The slot becomes a spell slot of that respective creature's class and maintains its spell slot level. You cannot give a spell slot to a creature that would then have more than 4 slots of that spell slot's level. Additionally, as an action, you can turn one of your merchant spell slots into a number of lower level spell slots equal to that spell slot's level. For example, if you have a 3rd level spell slot, you may exchange it for 3 1st level spell slots, etc., etc. You may have no more than 4 merchant spell slots of any level. So, the thing I think that they're asking on this is, could you use 2 spell slots in place of a component that has a cost associated with it by using the component subsidization on oneself? Kind of how one can use exchangeable casting to make oneself smaller spell slots. So could you subsidize your own component? So the way that this is worded, because I think I had that in mind. Of your allies, when a willing creature uses the cast a spell action and declares the spell they intend to cast, you can use your reaction and expend the merchant spell slot. So you can use your reaction on your turn in, like, reaction to you using the cast a spell action of the spell being removed. So the way that that's worded, I think you qualify as a willing creature. And you can subsidize one of the components of your merchant spells with this. And I don't really have a problem with that, especially now that College of Creation Bard exists. So I would say, Thaumaturge, if you're still in here, I would say the answer to that particular question that you sent is yes, this would work for that. If someone has a different interpretation of that question, let me know, because I think I answered that. Another thing I have noticed is that the Gambler subclass doesn't scale as well as the other ones, mainly because apart from the new few features relating to making the merchant deal with things pertaining to luck and chance, there is not that much substance to the class. Cardistry is a really cool feature, however the card throwing ability does not scale that well at all, as it lacks any level scaling. And only time it scales in power is at 7th level when it gets to use 2 objects and they use an object feature. Okay, there's also mention of a deck. Let me see what this is really asking here. Okay. I think if I break up that information, it just gets to be a little bit easier to read. Actually, can I do this? No, that... Why is that multiply? Do I have... No, the blending mode is normal. Everything over here is multiply? That's frustrating. Okay. Gambler subclass doesn't scale as well as the other ones, mainly because apart from the few features relating to making the merchant deal with things pertaining to luck and chance, there's not that much substance to the... I think they mean subclass. Cardistry is a really cool feature, although it doesn't scale. Okay. So, the Gambler. The big thing with this is that this is a class that... So, I don't know, how many of you all have ever heard of high variance? Because that's what this subclass is all about. This subclass is all about turning a d20 roll into a high variance dice. And more than the high variance dice that you're probably used to seeing with like 3 20s and 3 1s, this is one with 5 20s and... No, wait, 4 20s and 4 1s. So, this is a very swingy mechanic here. And I was really worried about, like, this is another very experimental thing I did with a merchant, where, like, I had to consider how valuable is turning a d20 roll, not into, you know, like, you're not changing the average roll, but you're changing the potential roll. And that is real good, right? That feels like you're hitting a big old jackpot whenever you make that happen. Um, and you can manipulate the chance with cardistry. So I kind of felt like, um, do these scale that well? No. But is this a damaging class? It's not really intended to be, right? This is a very high thought, like this is a big brain class where you're going into this and you're going to get as much use out of it as you can really make happen with it. Like whenever you're thinking about whenever I stock my items, right? What's going to help me out in these situations? You're really trying to figure out like what can you stock in your portable storefront that is going to help you out. What do we have coming up right now? Whatever. You're really considering equipment above all else. So cardistry is giving you a d4 plus your charisma modifier that you can use with the use an object action to make an attack roll. They get an additional use an object action. If I made this a d4, or if I made this a d6, would it be all that busted? No, not really. Ranged spell attack against a creature within 60 feet of you with using a card from the deck. d4 plus your charisma modifier damage to it. If I made that a d6, it's not a big deal. But, oh, let me think. Like, there's no other effects going on. So I can see why people are like, this feels pretty damn weak. And it is a flexible type of damage. So I think it makes sense to give that a little bit of a bump. At least to just a d6. And I think the reason I was thinking I needed to keep it a d4 was to keep it in line with Vicious Mockery. And it doesn't really make any sense now to do that because Vicious Mockery is a scaling d4. So why would I do that? Possibly whenever you reach a higher level, should it do more damage? I guess, but like, is that really the playstyle you want to evoke from the merchant? I just don't really think so. Like, I think there's other ways to do that, right? Let me get a little bit more music going on. What's happening over here? Oh, wow. So many people just joined up with Discord. Hey, everybody. Wow. All right. Yeah, welcome to the insanity. Why does it not deal slashing damage or some other type of mundane damage? Because this to me felt very magical, right? You've taken this item and you've allowed it to, like, I like this idea of you're magically enchanting a card that you're using to attack with, and I wanted to tie it into 4 different types of damage because there were 4 different suites of cards. So I thought that was really cool. And if anything, I might beef that up or scrap that part of this entirely. Because, like, it's just a ranged spell attack. It's just a little feature. And I think the fact that people might be complaining that, like, whatever, it's not a lot of damage that's coming out there. It is flexible. 1d6 plus your charisma modifier that you can use twice, potentially, with the use an object action. That's good. That is not terrible. It's not doing as much damage as Rogue. You're right. It shouldn't do as much damage as Rogue. Because Rogue is supposed to be a big striker. Like, that is their wheelhouse, right? They are the skirmisher. I get in and I pop out. That is Rogue, 100%. Cardistry, the merchant, that is just not their playstyle. You know, they're a midline support. Very, very much midline support. So they need to either be in the midline or way in the back line and helping out all their buddies. So I don't think that I need to beef this up in order to make it more of a damage dealer. Yeah, I just don't really think that that's a great move. But I will give it a D6. I can at least see that. And I don't think that they had any other feature that enhanced that. Tempt Fate, House Always Wins, that's right. Jackpot. Yeah. No, I think the most I'll really do for cardistry is bump it up to a D6. I can at least justify that. You can usually use an object action twice, so you're getting a little source of damage right there, but it's not really meant to keep up. I just like this idea of it being flexible damage that you can use as long as you have a deck of cards. I think that's pretty cool. Plus, I mean, whenever they're confiscating weapons, I think you can sneak this by a little bit easier than a dagger. So I do like cardistry where it's currently sitting. I really do. I know you got rid of it, but I still think the fixture action economy was really unique. So Action Economist was like, woo. Oh hey, Tomaturge, yeah, I'm looking at some of your critiques right now. Um, Action Economist was one that I just could not bring into like a reasonable sense of balance for this. I tried, and like, because that all started from a pun from a chat from me, Benjamin, and Ross, and I just liked the name. I thought it was like really clever to do as a pun, but ultimately, after like a whole bunch of rounds of consultation, we had to sacrifice it. I just don't think like we really made the narrative really work very well for it. And like, oh, what's up, not a dog? Um, I just had a real rough time in trying to figure out like action economy is super powerful if you get something that you can play with, right? Like if you're able to manipulate the action economy in D&D, whoa, is that ever insanely good. And it just didn't make a whole lot of sense that like a merchant, like a magical merchant, should be able to manipulate it. Because like action economy, if you're thinking about what the narrative of that mechanic really is a turn represents time. And it didn't make a whole lot of sense for this magical merchant to be able to just manipulate time like that. So even though the pun was totally there, it just the narrative wasn't super great, and it was going to be real hard to try and make it make sense for that. Um, Despite me absolutely loving the idea of you can forego your action to give another creature like two actions during its turn, that would be the coolest support feature ever. So insanely good. Oh man. Um, but yeah, that might have to be something reserved for like a Chronomancer or something like that. Um, but a Barter of Time is such a good. I think you might have hit enter a little early on that one. Um, so are they? Oh, where was I at in chat? Actually, okay, there we go. Uh, so they are breaking example a level 3 spell slot to create a level 2 and a level 1. Yes, that's exactly how that works. You can buy high variance dice. Yes. Yeah, so my buddy Thrasher, who I've talked about here on the channel before, had a dice that we just called storytelling dice. And his storytelling dice were like, I have never seen dice roll this swingy of numbers ever before. Um, his storytelling dice, because we only used them in like those really key crucial moments where it was like someone's either gonna be a hero or completely die, right? And his storytelling dice would either consistently roll a 1, 2, 19, or 20. Every time, I'm not even kidding. And we tested them, and like apparently they seemed balanced or whatever, according to the saltwater test, you know? But like, man, we pulled those out anytime we needed to like really figure out where the story was going to go from here. So I think high variance dice could have their place. I think they're very funny, and like, you know, it was funny. I think like Jeremy Crawford actually posted a thing last year where he was like, "Why don't we just make like high variance dice a thing for D&D? Why don't we just make that the thing?" And I was like, whoa, man. I mean, the average roll is about the same, but like, oh god, that scares me. That really scares me. Um, I think I answered the slashing damage one. Let me see here. Barter time. Yeah. A barter. Okay. A barter of time. That might be a future subclass idea. I need to work on the pet dealer. My Patreons are getting an exclusive subclass for this one. It's going to be the Domesticator Guild of Merchants, and it's all about you're the pet dealer of the Forgotten Realms, and they have stuff. I've shown some previews of it. There's some pretty fun features in there. I'm not gonna lie. Even a Miley Cyrus pun. So, yeah, like one of the things I really like, and I wish that you could do with Beastmaster, is tame monstrosities. So I wanted to make that a thing. One of the things I would first change with Beastmaster is making it to where like some of your stuff could affect monstrosities. I think that would make a sick Beastmaster. Oh man, yeah. Anyways, let me get to the rest of this comment. Oh yeah, so cardistry is not really the big power to cardistry is the fact that it completely alters a d20 into a high variance dice and a very very high variance dice. So, like, it's just the gambler's not really meant to be a big blaster. Really, all of Merchant's not meant to be a big blaster. Let me turn my coffee pot back on. I need hot coffee. Okay. So I'm thinking about the play style, but I do think it's probably okay to bump up that cardistry damage dice to a d6. There's also mention of a deck, however, there's no mention of gaining such a deck. Is the gambler intended to get a deck of playing cards that counts as a magic item for bang for your buck? Okay. I, at this point, would think that, like, I mean, it's not a magical deck for the purposes of any rules or anything like that. So, like, should it just give it to you? I mean, I guess there's been subclasses in the past that just give you stuff. I think... Wait, wasn't it that you have... Is it not that you can stock... Wait, because they all got a stocking feature. Yeah, that was the big through line. Did I not do that for Gambler? Spell scroll, right. Add it to your spell scroll, portable storefront, right? No, that's right, okay. They didn't all get that. Okay, yeah, Esotericist. But Esotericist is a big standout out of all the different subclasses that are in here. Thank you, Coffee Pot. Swindler gets... What was it? Oh, yeah, ball bearings, that's right. I wanted to... The Swindler is like... Oh, man. This is the merchant I want to play so bad. And all the feedback I've gotten back from people that have played Swindler are like, this was such a sick subclass. And I was like, thank you. I love it. Mostly because this feature, Misdirection, is, I think, the funniest thing I've ever written as a feature. And this is something that came about as a result of me and Ross talking about trying to figure out the identity of the Swindler. And then literally, like, I don't know, about an hour into the conversation, I came up with the idea for this as, like, mugging works in Final Fantasy. So, like, this is so funny. I love this subclass. So, the way that Misdirection works. What this does. As an action, you can make a Charisma Deception or Dexterity Sleight of Hand check against a creature within 5 feet of you against the creature's passive perception. On a success, you exchange an item the creature is carrying or holding for an object that you are carrying or holding. On a failure, you have disadvantage on these ability checks against that creature for the next 24 hours, and you provoke an attack of opportunity from that creature. So I love this idea of, like, I wanted to make a merchant that felt kind of like, Aladdin swaps out like a banana for something sword or whatever. And that's what this would be able to do. Now, you have to. Okay, wait. You can make a deception slide hand check because you're within 5 feet. Woo! I was like, oh crap, did I not put a range on that? Yeah, it needs to be 5 feet. You need to be able, like, it needs to have that check. You need to put yourself in danger for this to pay off, right? So, yeah. Okay. So, whew, my throat. But I did love this idea that, like, because you were up there in this thing's face, and usually passive perception scores naturally scale up to where this is going to get pretty intense. And I've had people ask, hey, Lone Wolf, uh, I've had people ask about, like, why don't I, oh crap, what was it? Oh, why doesn't Merchant get expertise? Expertise is something that, man, I try so hard to avoid giving classes expertise. I kind of feel that a lot of people, especially like younger homebrewers, whenever you're really green and looking at class design and you got an idea, it's very easy to look at expertise as something that you just kind of put on because it's a quick addition to your power budget, right? So, like, I really tried super hard to avoid giving you expertise, but depending on your subclass, you might get a form of expertise. And there's a very conditional Urbane Appraiser is a like kind of a situational stone cunning like effect that honestly super inspired by Benjamin's Pugilist. I think second level is such a good place to put a feature like this, a social feature. Urbane Appraiser, second level merchant feature. Your travels and exchanges on trade routes has taught you a vast amount on the various cultures of the realm. Whenever you make any skill check to determine the value or cultural significance of any item or object, you are considered proficient in the skill and add double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus. Now, this is one of my favorite, I think, just interaction and social features I've ever written, because it feels very in theme with what Merchant wants to do. Like, how can you? I think at second level, this is a place where you can really, really define what it means to play that subclass, like in exploration and everything, exploration and interaction. So I love this feature. I think it gets a lot of flavor across. And I think that a lot of you all that are out there that are thinking about writing classes should really think about not just the combat side of your class, but some kind of like shoring up of what it means in the interaction and social side of that class. So, oh gosh, thing. Wait, what happened with the Rona? Oh, see, okay. I was like, woo, all right. Um, so that is a tip. I really, I think that part of the reason why a lot of people don't love going to play Barbarian is because the interaction and like social side, the interaction and exploration pillars of play for Barbarian are really weak. Like compare those to the combat side of it, and it's like you can see that there's a very far tilt over into barbarian combat for Barbarian, which hey, a lot of people like. If you're a very hack and slash table, that can be your dream, right? But we don't always like that, you know? So if you look at something like, oh, what's a base class feature that's super good about that? Like Player Handbook. Okay, a lot of people dog on this feature, but I'm gonna make a controversial statement here that Natural Explorer, despite its flaws, actually does enhance Ranger's exploration, like part of the class, despite the feature not being super great. And the replacements to it, no lie, I like the replacements. I think the new features we've gotten for Ranger make the class very playable. But like, man, I do kind of worry that we're going into a version of 5e where we're not thinking about exploration and interaction, and that's a shame. Yeah, that was my big gripe with Eloquence today. Was that Eloquence is the best face ever because it makes it to where you have a flat 17 on any persuasion and deception checks. That's a flat number, flat 17. Because most likely, as a bard, you're gonna just take expertise in persuasion and deception. And if you do that, you will never roll below a 17. That's too good. That's not a fix to, like, that's not a social feature. That's an excuse to not do social features. That's just a, you want us to do this, DM? Cool, let me make these checks. And then, like, that doesn't feel fun. I don't like that. Anyways, I just really don't like the way that they did that. And I just don't think we should be subbing out or just overriding those pillars of play because they're not as mechanically, like, apparent as, interaction and exploration. Let me do something real quick. This needs to change to Scala. Where'd you go, Scala? Here we go. Yeah, I do need to do just some general format checking on this one. I think that might be, what is tomorrow? Sunday? I think that might be part of my day tomorrow, is just doing formatting on it. 8.5. Yeah, that looks like the player's handbook. Oh, wow. Oh, hey, Yuke. On the topic of necromancy, you should check out Eberron, the nation. Oh, yes, yes. Eberron has some great world building for necromancy. They quite literally just use the undead as a form of, like, slave labor. It's just, oh man, like, you are basically, by being a citizen. Yeah, like Yuke has elaborated. Like, essentially, at, like, just for your, what is it? Do they pay taxes? Remind me. Like, I think that might be, like, you live in prosperity because, like, the entire labor force is completely, like, undead. And that's such a great world building idea. Like, that's so doofy. Do you really need your body after you're dead? No. Well, then why not go and join up with, Karnath? Oh, man. That's so funny. I've noticed that the accursed subclasses in the first 3 levels get a good spread of social versus combat features. That's because Ross is a really good class designer, guys. Like, real good. Like, man, love that guy's work. Not gonna lie. I very, very highly respect Ross's class design. He knows what he's talking about. And those are guys that are treating it as, like, design as art. That's why I very, very highly respect their opinions. Is that they understand what it means to evoke a narrative from a feature. And, oh man, talking a lot on this stream. This should have been add on like any other features. Favorite foe. Let's talk about that feature. Well, favorite foe, I like a lot, and it's gotten a lot of hate, unjustly so, because we've figured out some things about favorite foe that I want to educate you all real quick on, because I think you all are gonna really, really like what you hear. So we've gotten some clarification about this feature. Favorite foe is so good. So good. Now, one of the things to notice with favorite foe, okay? Oh, hey, thank you, Muhammad. I really appreciate that. One of the things about this feature, and one of my viewers pointed this out, and I was like, wait, what? Wait, it could be real scary good if you're talking about it like that. Let me try and get this display capture. Let's move that over just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So favorite foe. has been kind of contentious. In that some people are looking at this compared to the UA and think that the UA was just the way it needed to be, and that because they changed it, it's just a worse feature. Guys, it's not. This is really scary good. Favored foe. Because it, and one of my viewers brought this up, and I asked if that's how this worked. This works. Favored foe is an ability that requires that until you lose your concentration, as if you were concentrating on a spell. Notice, the rules for concentration are stating that, like, oh god, let me do this. That's Pathfinder. Okay, notice something. Okay, you can concentrate on favored foe and a spell at the same time. We got clarification on this. This is how this works now, because you're not casting another spell that requires concentration. You're using an ability that requires concentration. But you don't drop the spell in order to use the ability. Some spells require you to maintain concentration in order to keep their magic active. If you lose concentration, such a spell ends. If a spell must be maintained with concentration, that fact appears in its duration entry, and the spell specifies how long you can concentrate on it. You can end concentration at any time, no action required. Normal activity, such as moving and attacking, doesn't interfere with concentration. The following factors can break concentration. I know, right? Guys, this is so good. And everyone is dog shitting on this. Favored foe is fucking amazing. And nobody understands how this works. This is an ability. You are not concentrating on a spell. As if you were concentrating on a spell, but you are not concentrating on a spell. This is an ability. This is so good. No, rules as written. Okay, if you can link me where Jeremy Crawford has said that, every designer I've spoken to about this says that favored foe works rules as written with concentration spells. Did Jeremy? Okay, because if he did that today, then this is news to me. Let me go look at his Twitter. Okay. You can't concentrate on both a D&D spell and favored foe at the same time. Whether you're concentrating on a spell or something else that requires concentration, you can only concentrate on one thing at a time. Okay, then that needed to be clarified very, very strictly. So, rules as written, it would have actually worked differently from what Jeremy Crawford said. Because I've talked about this with a few people. So, that probably needs, yes, that is unfortunate. Okay, that's pretty unfortunate. So, all right. That hurts, but it's not something that I think is actually bad. I don't think favored foe is all that trash. No. I don't. That's not a great opinion. Because this is something that happens when you hit it with an attack roll. There is no other proof of burden other than when you hit with an attack roll, bam, this happens. What I really love about favored foe is that this opens up all kinds of design space for us. Those of us that are making ranger subclasses now have a new toy to play with. Think about this. I've been thinking about why this would be super fun. Yeah, guys, this still is not a bad feature. Favored foe is still really, really good. This is a non-magical effect, okay? Now, you can use this feature, mark number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You're taking a hit of one damage die on average. Here at first level, at 6th level, it's the same damage die as Hunter's Mark, okay? So, not that bad. At 14th level, it gets better than Hunter's Mark. This is so good. Favored foe, straight up for free. And then you can go over and pick up Hunter's Mark if you want it. go pick up Hunter's Mark. To do, you have the advantage on tracking it and all that stuff. Cool, that's there. If you really feel like you need it, there you go. Concentration is very, very important to Ranger. I not super. Like it's okay. Like there's some spells that it's like really good. Like you don't have HM at all times. No, exactly. Exactly. This is always with you. This is such a good feature. And I've been trying to have discussions with people about this. Ultimately, I think people that I've seen their opinions and whatnot on, ultimately, I think a lot of people got really, really excited for the UA and are looking at these changes as something that's just weaker than what was in the UA. It's really not, man. The strength of this, whenever you compare it to Hunter's Mark, this is just such a good feature, guys. It really is. It's bad. One, a core class feature cutting off all your spell casting. It doesn't cut off all your spell casting. There's plenty of spells that you can cast as a ranger that don't require your concentration. Prevent you from casting a plethora of ranger spells. You can still cast another ranger spell. It just can't require concentration if we're running with this rule. Me personally at my tables, I know it's not saying a whole lot. I would just roll it as it doesn't require concentration. I think it's going to be fine with that. Is that it's once per turn? Sure. It's also for free. I'm like, oh, guys, I can't forget that. Like, it's really good. Now, oh man, I'm back. Okay. Yes, the reason why Hunter's Mark does the damage consistently. Same thing with Hex, right? Hex is going to keep doing that damage because it costs you a spell slot. This doesn't. This is a resource that you have a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Regain it on a long rest. You have it twice here. Is that a lot of uses of it? No, not necessarily. But while you got it here, it's not bad. I'm looking at this as okay. Let me paint the picture that I'm seeing with Favored Foe. Is that me as a designer, I look at Favored Foe and think this has got the potential to have so much synergy with different subclass options. I'm looking at that and thinking, okay, if I do something like I have Favored Foe, and let's say I'm playing Beastmaster, right? I can say like maybe your beast could take the attack action on its turn, not requiring you to command it, if it's attacking the creature you have marked with Favored Foe. I'm just spitballing right now, you know. Later, Quinn. Hey, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Yeah, is it completely, absolutely insane? No, and that's fine. I think that what we'll see is like, hey, if we roll with this, where we're like, you know, yeah, we're gonna replace Favorite Enemy with Favored Foe. We have something that's giving you a real good mechanical benefit here. That can be, it opens up design space for us that Favored Enemy just closed off. I like this a lot, and I think even with, if we're going AL rules, you have to run this as is. I still think it's pretty decent, guys. Like, an extra 2.5 damage that you're dealing once per turn, requiring your concentration, that's kind of ick. I'm not gonna lie, but like, yeah. I still like it. I do. I just do. It can't be dispelled. It can't be counterspelled. It's a non-magical effect. And then it scales up. Yeah. I just generally kind of like Favorite Foe a lot. And it could be that I just see the design opportunities in there and think that could be real fun. So, and there was, before all the Favorite Foe madness started, hang on, there was somebody brought up another point. Yeah, I don't like Canny. Canny's not my favorite thing in the world. Oh, okay, cool. Caught up. All right. So let's get back on this. Yes. Okay, here we go. There were a few errors to report, such as the error that is not present in the coffee-friendly versions. Ah, yes. I am exporting a brand new grayscale coffee-friendly version. I had initially made that in Word, I want to say, and there were some issues with exporting something from InDesign over into Word. It just the text did not really copy over as well, so I need to do that. But yeah, that one is also rather selective about what is and isn't copy friendly in the introduction section. Huh. Okay. Whenever I do the new copy friendly PDF, I'm gonna keep that in mind. Thank you so much for your feedback, though. That is, yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be doing a brand new copy friendly version because I'm. Geez, do you guys hear that? There's like 5 fire trucks somewhere nearby. Yeah, I will be doing a more copy friendly version of it here not too long. Cool. Okay. If you got any other questions about that, Tomathurge, let me know in comments section. Anyways, or chat. Oh, man. Okay. Merchant. Someone else left some critique on it over on the DMs Guild. Wait, was that? Oh, that was this year. Okay. Alright. This is from As Z. Ooh, okay. This is very, very valid and I think worth addressing. That is a damn good point. How would the top shelf feature interact with the robe of useful items? Would you be able to take the robe, remove all the patches, and replace the robe back into the storefront to restock it? Or would you have to return the robe alongside all the additional patches for it to be restocked? I would consider, like, the way that is worded is, the way that I did Top Shelf, and the way that anything needs to be restocked into your portable storefront is that the item has to be in essentially perfect condition. So I would consider that if you were to take some of the patches off of the robe of useful items, that it would no longer be in perfect condition. And they all follow the same rules and restrictions for restocking in your portable storefront. So I hope that makes sense, because yeah, you would need to restock it with the additional patches from the item. Oh, all right, Moonring. Oh, it was cool having you. Do I know when the next one's going to be? No, I'm not super for sure. I think I'm planning on doing one on a, like, Tasha's final thoughts kind of, like, live stream. Just talking about, instead of doing a prepared review, just kind of having a chat, because I think if I do a video that feels like, I don't know, I've got to really prepare some kind of a script and all that stuff. And I think I would rather just kind of talk about my thoughts on it with people. And I think that way we could have some cool interaction and maybe, yeah, I don't know. But, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe once I get through the subclasses and everything, we might just do like a big Tasha's live stream and do something like that. But I'd like to get more back on live streaming. It's been a lot of fun talking with you guys. But yeah, hope you have a good night, and I hope to see you again soon. I know I saw some critique, I can't remember where, to the wording of the money shot spell, if you want to go over that. Yes, I do. That was over on Ross's Discord, I believe. And I think that person messaged me. So I need to copy that over here as well. But yes, money shot did have a problem. Oh, okay. So someone's talking about it right about this live stream over in Ross's Discord. Okay. Uh, to repeat the attack with a coin each turn, so that definitely needs to be addressed. Yes, 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 yes. All right. This is from Jay Squiggles. All right. I'm trying to find that because I think they messaged me. Yes. Okay. 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 Can you use more than one coin per action? So money shot is supposed to be the merchant's like answer to spiritual weapon, and when you upcast a spell, you can enchant multiple coins, deal damage with each coin, not just one the action you cast it, and deal damage with each coin on its bonus action. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's how that's intended to work. Okay. So let me. Okay, I'll address this and then we'll get over to Money Shot here in just a second. Let me. Would I consider doing an overview of Tasha's Crucible? That would be a lot of fun. That was a really fun project to work on, and I'm super glad that that's taken off over on the DMs Guild. I think everybody had some great contributions to that, and met a lot of really great creators as a result of that I don't think I would have gotten to really know otherwise. So I'm really glad that Andrew put that whole thing together, and I think that would be a really fun one to actually like, get into. Uh, I don't know when I'd schedule that. Man, it would be a lot of fun. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I'll think about that. I'll think about that. That would be a really fun one to do. Um, Let me see. Oh, you out of here, Psychotech? I don't know if I missed you or not. Anyways, if you're still here, cool. If not, I hope you have a good night. Um, so, Money Shot. The problem with this spell. Oh, wait, no, I meant to get to this. You know what? I'll get to this, and then I will take a quick 10-minute break because I need to get some honey. My throat is killing me. Um, In the same vein as the question above, the portable storefront feature states that when you gain this feature, and when you gain levels in this class, the storefront is automatically fully stocked with the items from your supply list. And the top shelf feature states that the magic items that you choose are added to your supply list. So by adding the interactions with the two features, does that mean that if you were to have a charisma modifier of +5, when you hit level 6, you would gain 5 uncommon magic items which are automatically restocked every time you level up, thus giving you 5 free magic items every level up. Okay, if that's worded exactly like what that guy is stating, I thought I built in a counter to that. Okay, it's been a hot second. Let me look at this. You can now stock uncommon magic items in your portable storefront. Once you reach 11th level in this class, you can stock magic items in your portable storefront with a rarity rare. Okay, cool. Additionally, when you reach these levels, you add these items to a special area of your supply list in your portable storefront called your top shelf. Your top shelf can only hold a number of items equal to your charisma modifier, and items on your top shelf ignore the value restrictions of your portable storefront feature. Items on ignore the value restrictions, right? Because magic item value is insane. Items on your top shelf do not have to be restocked in order to change the items on your supply list that are not on your top shelf, but they otherwise obey all the restrictions for restocking. Oh, hey, later, Mohammed. Have a good one. Oh, no. I'm going to take a break after I figure out this little thing. But no, I'm going to be coming back. I'm probably going to be streaming until about 10 tonight. Because I've got some work to do on this. So Okay, so what is the confusion that's happening here? When you gain this feature, and when you gain additional levels in this class, the storefront is automatically fully stocked with the items from your supply list. Alright, so let's see. What are the... What's going on here that's causing a problem? Is that I think that this is creating an interaction where it looks like... You know what, let's try this. Place... Can I get a background? No? Wait, view. Oh, I remember what you do. There we go. Wait, why is that? Screen mode? No. Oh my god, okay. Are we just gonna have a rough time with that? That's fine. Okay, whatever. Anyways. In the same vein as the question above, when you gain this feature, states that the magic items that you choose are added to your supply list. So, the interactions between the two features, does that mean that if you were to have a charisma modifier of +5, when you hit level 6, you would gain 5 uncommon magic items, which are automatically restocked each time you level up, thus giving you 5 free magic items every level up. So, this is a fair thing to consider. So the thing with Top Shelf is that this is giving you... Yeah, System wants a break too. This is giving you, like, uncommon magic items, which really, like, the most we're really getting out of that is, like, +1 magic weapons and then, like, potions of healing, right? I don't mind if this merchant is able to get 5 free potions of healing. Like, I just think that that's okay. You know, I did the scaling around this all around, like, the potions of healing. That was the big discovery in trying to figure out how to evaluate things like how much is a first level spell slot worth in gold pieces. Well, we can consider 2d4 plus 2 is on average a little bit worse than your spellcasting ability modifier plus 1d8. On average, your spellcasting ability modifier plus 1d8 is going to roll 1 point higher than 2d4 plus 2. So, like, we can roughly say that a potion of healing is worth that, like, a first level spell slot is worth about 50 gold pieces in D&D terminology. So that's what I kind of built this around. And I don't really mind this idea of you getting, like, these magic items, whatever, but you have to restock them. I think the thing that I need to add here is it normal for the class... Wait. Is it normal for the class table to go up to level 19 only? What? Oh, thank you for that catch. Please tell me that's not on the PDF. No, it goes up to 20th level. Yeah, Business Tycoon is there. Thank you for that catch. No, they have a capstone. It's, this is a formatting error. So I made this back whenever I was on my old computer, and this file has not liked the transfer. Oh man, that's a horror story. Hang on. Is it like that over on the DM's Guild? Please tell me no. Please tell me no. Oh, okay. The PDF is right over on the DM's Guild. So at least the universe didn't totally just crap on me. Yeah, Huh. Okay. So, yeah. It should go all the way to 20. It looks like it's right on the DM's Guild. So, should these automatically restock each time you gain a level? Because effectively, I mean, my argument with myself is it automatically restocks in anyways. Like here's 6th level, 400 gold pieces. So 50 times 5, 250 is another 250 gold that you're getting for free every level as a part of like getting a magic item or whatever. Really going to be super crazy. Oh, dang it. I don't think so. Like, thanks. I think it's mostly okay. Yeah. That was a formatting error. I think that yeah, it's all Scala. Oh, I see what happened. I adjusted, yeah, I adjusted the paragraph style for table size for table cells, and I think it bumped this up. So yeah, we're good. Okay. Um, Now what this person's asking is if you could do this and it restocks it for free each time that you level up. Yes, and I'm okay with that. 5 free potions of healing at each level. Like, the only thing I'm not super cool with that is the idea that you could get weapons, right? Like, you can just get +1 weapons. Hmm. 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 Ugh, it doesn't need that. But they otherwise obey all. Not on your top shelf. They are not automatically restocked. You level up. But they other... And they are not automatically restocked when you level up, but they otherwise obey all restrictions for restocking. That makes the most sense. I think that's what you need to do. Yeah, I would agree with that change. I just... I mean, no. It needs to work this way. It needs to work this way. Because the apothecary needs to have their identity as the potion dealer. So, this makes sense. Nope, I like that. I do. I think that's good. And by the way, I think they get... Yeah, they have cure wounds in their spell slot, so I'm not worried about the access you're going to have to healing. That's that's a really good critique. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Oz Z. We'll see you later, Freezy. Hey, I appreciate you being here. Yeah, so with that, it's 8:30. I'm going to take a quick 10, maybe 15-minute break, let the dogs out real quick, and then I will be back to talk about some of the other critique I've had on this, and then just keep chatting with you guys. So I will be right back. right. Let's get that back up. Cool. Okay. So, oh yeah, there's my lo-fi playlist. So, I think we fixed that. I think that's all been addressed. Now, oh wait, no, I don't want to delete that just yet. I've got. I think that addressed that. So let me look at some of the other questions that have come up. There was one. Yeah. Okay, so this all had to do with a spell, Money Shot. That was going to be their big damaging thing. So, usefulness at higher levels. The upcasting description is a bit vague. Can you use more than one coin per action? As you worded it, as I worded it, confused my friend. You can effect. Is that when you first use the spell? Is that when you do damage with it? Is that with the bonus action? Yes, you're supposed to be able to command any coin that you have affected with the spell. I can definitely see how the wordage is confusing there. Okay, so let me go into Money Shot. Okay, there we go. So the way I want this spell to work is that essentially this is going to be the merchant's spiritual weapon. You touch a gold piece and imbue it with magic for the duration or until you cast this spell again. When you cast the spell, you can make a ranged spell attack against a creature within 60 feet with the coin. On a hit, the target takes bludgeoning damage equal to... You know what? Actually, let me see something real quick. Because I might be able... Is Ross awake right now? Aw, he's giving me compliments. Oh, he is active right now. Let me see if we might get a guest star here for a second. Says he's active. Because if we can get Ross on, it would be a good idea. I mean, just to hear another creative's perspective on it would be really, really cool. I'd love to have Ross on stream for a second. Because we need to address a problem with Money Shot where whenever you cast it at higher levels, one additional spell. Okay. Range of any coin did by this spell. Alternatively, you can snap your fingers to cause. Because I think you would need to do that. Actually, let me see. Maybe he's watching Discord a little bit more than he's watching Facebook. It'd be really fun. I'd love to have Ross on. How it might help making it concentration. You talking about Money Shot? Because it has the potential to do a lot of damage. I mean, a lot of damage. And the thing with Money Shot right now is that it's restricted. You know, if the scaling worked to where it only scaled up every 2 levels, I think that would be a little bit more in line. But the problem with that is, you know, we do 1st level, 3rd level, 5th level. Actually, that's perfect. No, 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 no. That's perfect. That's the way to do that. Is third level or higher. Okay. Wait. Oh, what just happened? Because there's another spell that scales like this. I'm just not thinking up. Oh, awesome. All right, we got Ross.
Good evening, Darren.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much, just watching the Great British Baking Show and getting ready to go to bed. What's up?
Awesome. So I saw actually over on your Discord, there's a lot of talk going on about Money Shot, that spell.
Yes, myself and two others
Yeah.
were talking about it earlier today, and all three of us had different interpretations.
Yes. So I'm seeing now how all those interpretations can be valid. Um, and so the way I'm thinking about changing that spell, um, changing the wording on it is, oh, and chat says, hey.
Hello, chat.
Um, so the way I'm thinking about changing this is going to be to make it only scale up for every 2 spell slots above
All
first.
right, so similar to Spiritual Weapon, nice.
Is it spiritual weapon? Okay, because I was trying to remember. I thought spiritual weapon not scale every spell slot?
No, it scales every 2 levels.
There we go. Okay, so I just need to pull from spiritual weapon. That
There's a couple spells that do it, but Spiritual Weapon is the most prominent one in my mind.
yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, so second level. No wait, yeah, second level spiritual weapon. All right, for every 2 slot levels above second. Okay, so when you cast a spell using a slot of third level or higher, you can infect 1 additional coin for every 2 slot levels above first. For every 2 slot levels above first. Cool. That feels like
So, how is it intended to work?
this
Just
is
for my own curiosity.
you make it rain. You throw coins out there and you can just, what was it, Yondu, that you can just like command the coins. You remember the pill rune that I wrote for Legends of Frozenfar?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to work that same way. Like, you throw you throw these coins out there, and like, so for a 5th level spell slot, you have 3 of these out there that can each do 1d6 plus your spellcasting ability modifier on a hit. And
And is it a separate attack for each one?
yes,
Can you choose different targets?
yes,
Okay.
you can make
My
a,
only concern there,
Mhm.
well, there's two concerns really, but they stem from the same issue: multiclassing and magical secrets.
yeah. So Bard is a big scary thing with that. Um,
What you might want to do to prevent that is, I'm pretty sure there are paladin spells, or you might even be able to jack this, similar wording from Divine Smite, but make it so it doesn't scale beyond 5th level.
wait. Okay. Um, is this even that big of a deal? Because Bard can snag Eldritch Blast.
But this is more than Eldritch Blast.
Is it?
Because they can cast it at 7th level and 9th level.
Right.
And since this doesn't require concentration, you can still get Hex.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
A way to fix that could be concentration, because once again, this is a 1st level spell, and you're only dealing 1
Yeah.
damage on average less than Spiritual Weapon. So concentration could be a good way to balance that and prevent that use case scenario. Once again, on the Merchant, as was discussed on my Discord, this thing works fine. The Merchant deals very little damage except for certain subclasses.
Mm-hmm.
The major issue does come into play where multiclassing and Bard really
Yeah.
Bard is the real issue is concerned.
Damn bards. Well, and I'm thinking about what other concentration spells they're gonna have here. You know, yeah, yeah, ukulele. This is the Armor of Agathis conundrum. um, so yeah, they don't
But
really.
this is much more exploitable
Yeah,
than Armor of Agathis is, because Armor of Agathis actually requires some pretty like narrow conditions, really.
right. Yeah, I mean,
There's a lot of ways for a DM to get around Armor of Agathis.
no, for sure, for sure. Yeah. Okay. I know. Just the math of that always just scares me. That spell is so terrifying.
I mean, if you're up against like an army of goblins, yeah, you're gonna kill all of them.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So, all right. Oh yeah. By the way, have you seen Armor of Agathis on a Abjuration Wizard?
Oh yes.
Oh man,
Yes.
that is. Oh, I love that, and that's so scary.
Yeah, the fact that they can keep refreshing the ward too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
Just
good.
from
It's
more
very,
castings on the
very
same
good.
spell. Like, oh man, that's so scary. Wait, feats. Let me. Sorry, I'm just doing some InDesign work real quick. Okay. So another change I made that I wanted to make sure made sense, and then I think I'll let you retire for the night. Hey, Stephanie, thanks for subscribing. Is okay. So the way that Top Shelf worked, it was originally, I kept thinking about this in terms of, the wrong way that I thought about this was that, cool, you're going to get a lot of potions of healing out of it, and I didn't mind that those refreshed. What I do mind is the idea that this restocks magic weapons for you, or
Oh yeah, yeah.
that was too good. So I put in this restriction here of, and I know you can't see my screen. Items on your top shelf do not have to be restocked in order to change the items on your supply list. I kept that because, like, for all the cheap stuff, like your equipment and whatever, I wanted you to be able to restock that without being limited by, like, crap, I gotta buy this magic item again. I didn't want to hard lock you out of that. That are not on your top shelf. Oh, and the magic items that you put in your top shelf are not automatically restocked when you level up, but they otherwise obey all other restrictions for restocking. So, does that sound like that makes sense?
Yes, and
Okay.
I think that's a good change.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I think it's a lot healthier.
because the conditions for refilling normally are you have to put the gold back in or you level up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, so just removing that one condition for the magic items makes total sense to me.
All right, cool. Was there anything else? And like, I guess it's been like 6 months since I published this thing. Do you remember anything that you've seen or heard that you were like, oh, you should take a look at that?
Honestly, just because I've been so buried in my own work and
Yeah.
running campaigns and stuff, I haven't looked at the merchant recently, except for
Okay.
Money Shot when it came up on my Discord.
Yeah.
I'm glad that there's a lot of stuff going into clarifying that.
Yeah, I think that's a much better change. I like that. If it does require concentration, then looking at their spell list, I'm not seeing a whole lot that really stand out as major concentration spells anyways. So I don't really super mind this. Okay. God, and yeah, I hate that I give them magic weapon and they can't even really untap its full potential. Ugh, that feels like I just want to give them a little love there. Okay, so 1 minute concentration. I think that change all makes sense. I think it does. Okay, cool.
I mean, to be fully honest with you on magic weapon, the major reason to have it is as a second level spell.
Yeah.
Because you might not have magic weapons yet, and really around tier 2 is when you start running into a bunch of things that like severely nerf martial characters that can't deal magical damage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the exact same reason that like Monk gets magical unarmed strikes level 6.
Right. Oh,
And and you also get a little bonus to it. I mean, you can always unprepare it later, but that's the major reason that I think Magic Weapon is very worthwhile where it is.
Okay. Oh, all right. Well, that makes sense. I like that change. Thank you so much. Yeah, unless you just wanted to hang out, I am totally fine with letting you go back into your baking show.
It's so relaxing, honestly. Like, it is a little bit stressful, but at the same time, it's very relaxing and wholesome.
Hey, Amanda watches it all the time. Like I know she's been super super into it. So
I mean,
I
in these pandemic times when there's just stress everywhere, sometimes you just need to watch British people freaking out over the smallest goddamn things.
I should remember there was like one episode of it that got posted on Reddit that I watched the other day where it was like some comedian that was just having kind of a panic attack about like what he was cook. I can't remember, but God, I think I could get into it if I was like really really giving it a shot. But yeah, I need to sit down with it. It sounds pretty funny, but oh, all right. Well, cool, man. Yeah. Hey, you have a good night. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
taking the minute to come on. And yeah, everyone go check out Ross Outlandish Adventure Productions. Really, really prolific designer over on the DMs Guild. So great stuff. Thank you. And I'm sure chat will see you soon in the video.
Yeah, yeah, true. So, yes, good night, chat. Hope you all have a good night, and thank you for having me on, Darren.
Oh, yeah. We'll see you, Ross.
Bye.
There we go. Yeah, great changes. Okay, I like that a lot more. A lot more. Wing boots are uncommon. How problematic is it to give them wing boots? You have a flying speed equal to your walking speed. Damn. Hmm. That is a problem. Hmm. Like, okay, if you give wing boots to one character, not super, super terrible, right? I mean, uncommon magic item, getting that at 6th level, not super bad. Um, Mending and what's the other cantrip? Was it Guidance? I was trying to remember what two cantrips I was going to replace that with. Mending and oh, let's go with sure. Let's go with Mending and Light. Even though I think Guidance is just a better cantrip, I think Light sounds more like yeah. That's you're figuring out the identity of the class a lot more. That's why it pays to have a good editor. And I didn't pay an editor on this one. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, chat, for doing some editing work for me. You can bill me later. Let me put this back into frame where we need it. Cool. There we go. Also, as far as I know, spellcasters do need the feature of spellcasting focus to get the ability to use them. Hence why I had to add the class feature variant in Tasha's 2 Ranger. So they add that for like, I knew for like some druid spells. Wait, they have to have something to be able to cast it because it doesn't have material component. Okay, if it doesn't have a material component cost, then it would require that you have some kind of a spellcasting focus feature. So, I think ultimately that's what makes sense. I would say, all right. So what makes sense for Ranger spellcasting focus, or for Ranger for? Whoa, D&D Beyond is not liking the internet right now. Come on. Reload. Oh, no, okay, there we go. Whew. Oh, that D&D Beyond just broke. Okay, so the way that they list this is pouch or focus. Okay. So spell slots, spellcasting focus. Okay. So I like the idea of them being able to use like an abacus or something else. Artificer has to use a set of tools. How do they phrase it over there? Spellcasting ability, ritual casting, tools required. Okay. So you know what's going to be fun with this? What's going to be so easy with the merchant? And super in line is that, oh no, did you go? Oh, there, okay. Not even, you know what? You know what's so much more fun than them getting an arcane focus? You can use gold to cast spells. You know how much more in flavor that is? Screw the component pouch, screw an arcane focus. You can use gold. That is so on point. Walking the pups with me. It's all good. Yeah. Okay. Let me. Okay. Now, all right. Yep. You need gold. You need gold in order to cast your spells. And I think what might even be fun, you need gold pieces through items of value. Typically gold pieces. You must have a spellcasting focus on thieves' tools or some kind of. With the spellcasting feature. You must be proficient. Okay. No. You just. No. That's super simple. And it's super in flavor. Like, I love this idea. I love this so much. And that's so much easier to get a hold of than, like, another, like, whatever, arcane focus. I love this idea of, like, you need gold in order to fuel your spells. And it doesn't specify how much gold. It's just, like, you need something representing, like, the spell you can cast. That is so in flavor. I love that so much. Typically gold pieces. Okay. Like, I feel like that solves so many issues really elegantly. That is such... I love that. I absolutely love that. Yeah. I think we're going to stick with that. That solves a lot of issues that were coming up. A lot of questions I was getting about the merchant. Yeah, every other feature I really, really love. So this is just a quick kind of editing pass, actually. And I like the changes overall. Really, really elegant stuff, actually. So I think the rest of the work I would be doing on the merchant is just formatting stuff. I think that addressed most of the critiques I got for it. Let me check over on the Dungeon Masters Guild. Uh, this person, it seems like they deleted their account. Limited spellcasting foremost on throwing Molotovs over firebolts, but you created new offensive spells for this class. Oh, that's an old. Wait, no? Okay. So there was a person that didn't really like that. I think didn't really like. One of the critiques that they brought up was that I created a class that made use of a lot of item enhancing features, but it didn't include a whole bunch of items that were like objectively better than what they included in the Dungeon Masters Guild or Dungeon Masters Guide or oh crap, what was I saying? Oh, the equipment section. Now, big reason for that. I made the items better without having to make the items better. And that was through bang for your buck. My throat's actually going out a little bit quicker than I thought it was going to tonight, so I may wrap up around 9:30. But bang for your buck is a feature that makes using items in combat actually kind of effective. You can choose to replace the bonus to rolls made with items with your charisma modifier. For example, the potion of healing normally heals 2d4 plus 2 hit points. Let's space that out. Using this feature, you can replace the plus 2 with your charisma modifier. If the item does not have a... Wait, is that... Actually, this is just a weird grammatical thing. If the item does not have a bonus, you may add your charisma modifier to it. Oh, you also Tasha's new uncommon items. God, well, that book came out before the merchant. I'm not even about to go filter through all that crap. Boots, as far as later stranger. As far as the boots of flying goes and all that, like, man, it is at 6th level. And that's real nice if you can get that, but like that's the only thing you're going to be able to do with that. So, yeah. Additionally, you can use your merchant spell save DC in place of the DC for magic items, and when you deal damage or heal hit points with the property of a magic item, you can expend one merchant spell slot to increase the damage or healing by 1d6 for a first level spell slot, plus 1d6 for each spell slot higher than first, to a maximum of 4d6. This acts almost identical to Divine Smite, only this is just enhancing. We know that Divine Smite is good. This is not as big of a bonus as Divine Smite, mostly because we're also affecting healing here. So, the 1d6. Would I ever increase that to a 1d8? Probably not, because you're getting to add your charisma modifier to the damage of this. And this is not intended to be a big blaster. So, like, keep that in mind for any of you that are trying to play the merchant as, like, real big, heavy, damage dealer here. It's a midline support, So, this right here, that it says that it can heal hit points, should be a big indicator that, like, oh yeah, potions. All right, this is supposed to be kind of a healer here. So, yeah. Gold there as well. I should clarify where you put spellcasting focus is specify gold there as well. Otherwise, there will be players who will wonder what the spellcasting focus is. Where you put spell... Wait, what? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Thank you for that catch. All right. So, I like that. Let me look at some of the other comments over on the DMs Guild, and then maybe we can move on to, oh, I don't know. Let's just talk for a little while in the last 15 minutes or so. In direct contrast to the previous claim about reducing merchant magic. Oh, that's right. I addressed this person a lot, and in general, it just seemed like they had a big misconception. That's right. We came to an understanding on that. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What did I do with that? 5. Keep your eyes peeled here September 7th. Oh, because that's whenever we dropped Legends of Frozen Farth. That's right. Okay. Um, would it make sense for the merchant class to have the Find Familiar spell? So, that's a question about spell identity. And I wasn't really quite sure if the merchant totally felt like an arcane spellcaster. And I'm a little hesitant to make absolutely every merchant suddenly become like, I mean, like, you know, Find Familiar as a flat merchant spell, I get it, and I get why people might want to do it. And, like, it makes sense. There's no mechanical reason why I don't add it on here. But what's kind of holding me back is that it feels pretty arcane, right? Like, we don't see clerics that get Find Familiar. We're seeing druids now. So that's a thing. I don't know. I'll have to think on that. I will. Find Familiar just to me doesn't really. I can understand why people would want to get Find Familiar with it. Yeah, every shop needs a lucky cat. I get it. Oh, but Find Familiar just has like a kind of a certain identity to me that. Oh. Hmm. I will sit on that one and consider it. Um, for the time being, I'm kind of pushing against it, but I do understand why people would want it there, you know? So I will think about it. I will. If ultimately I feel that it makes a lot of sense, then like I'll make the concession, you know? Um, hmm. Yeah, that was the thing. Magic of Value is like, if you look at a lot of the spells that cost a lot, like we're looking at Revivify, right? Very expensive spell because it does something very, very impactful. So it makes sense that it's like kind of divine. Um, and then there's also other spells that just require some really crazy expensive stuff. Like, oh, what was it? Um, like most of the cleric spells aren't really crazy, like grotesque stuff. But then you go and look over at like wizard spells, and it's like, oh, oh. Uh, let's see your game rules. Wizard. Let's go with the big bad boy spells. Is there any ninth level spell that requires a material component? Let's see. James type source. Components. I should have just clicked that. There we go. Let's do this. Alright. What's got like the big nasty material components? Layman's tiny hut. A small crystal bead. Um, a Vard's black tentacles require something? A piece of a tentacle from a giant octopus or squid. Oh, that's so great. Uh, secret chest requires like 1,000 gold piece chest or something. No, 5,000 gold piece chest. Yeah, that's kind of an abstract thing. It makes sense, but locate creature is the fur from a bloodhound. Polymorph is a caterpillar cocoon. Um, Dream. That's such a flowery like material component list. A handful of sand, a dab of ink, and a writing quill plucked from a sleeping bird. Huh. Infernal Calling requires a ruby worth at least 999 gold pieces. I wonder why 999 gold pieces. That's interesting. Hmm. Yeah, Hero's Feast is super, super expensive. It's a nice perk, though. That's a real nice perk. Whew. Ah. Or Luke's Freezing Smear, Small Crystal Sphere. And that, yeah, Ruby Dust for Force Cage. That's actually pretty cheap for that. That's a really nice spell. Simulacrum is like one of the craziest material component lists ever. Let me see here. Symbol. Gates. Yeah, diamond worth 5,000 gold pieces. Okay, so. Um, God, I forgot. We went on kind of a tangent there. Okay. Yeah, like I thought, like 999 though. Like I was thinking, do you flip Ruby upside down and maybe it spells something? I don't know, something like that. Anyways, um, making an item which charges like a lucky cat statue that becomes familiar, familiar to X number of times per day. You know, my only hangup with that is like, I guess what you can do. You know, if you wanted to buy a cat, it just wouldn't be a magical cat. Might be a jellicle cat, but it won't be a magical cat. um, uh, I don't know why I've got this pushback against it, but like, yeah, I just kind of do, but I will consider it. I'm not gonna lie. I'll look at it. I'll look at it. I promise. If I feel that I think Find Familiar is totally it deserves the spot, I'll give it to it. Um, but as of right now, I think I'll leave it off. Um, I think. Let me see here. What's going on? I think that was the last lineup. Um, New version. Oh, thank you, thank you. Document format can't be highlighted. There we go. Very rare items are worth 50,000 gold. Yes. Right, and that's why that was changed. Windwalk. Oh, that was all travel tweaks. Okay. Spellsclaw. Okay. Concept scaling. 2019. That's for the old version. Old version. Old version. Cool. All right. And then I think I had one more on Reddit, and then I'm done with that. Because I would love to move on to something fun. Well, something more fun. I don't know. I've looked at the merchant enough. I think it looks real good. Oh, that was from Thaumaturge. Okay, cool. So, did address that. Nice. All right. Cool. Well, thank you everybody for your feedback on that. That is, I think it is really cleared up now. Yeah. I just saw it. Thank you for all your feedback. I really appreciate that. Um, I think this is a lot clearer. Clears up a lot of information here. Big thank you to Ross for popping in to help out with that. Yeah, I need to do some format fixing. This should only be facing a 6, but if I do that, that's gonna. Oh no, it only messes up. Okay, cool. Yeah. The and in mending and cantrips. The light and mending. Oh, the light and mending and cantrips. Along with the first level spells, comprehend languages. That's Alex. Cool. All right. Gonna save that. Now, oh, who's calling me? Hey, what's going on? Oh, hey. Yeah, I'm on live stream right now. I'm about to wrap up here in a second, but well, I love you. Amanda says, "Hey, everyone." All right, see ya. Bye. Yeah, I know. Okay. So, got that cleared up. Cool, we can save that. Okay. So, I think the only other thing I've really been kind of working on is, like I've done that 5e overhaul, like kind of project. That might be, somewhat fun. Um, I so I want to get really, really into adventure writing this next year. I've done a lot of character options, and there's this is an adventure. I drew the map, and I've been working on this for a little while. I read M.T. Black's book. What's the adventure? The Anatomy of Adventure, and I was like, all right, I've been wanting to write an adventure for a while. I don't really know what, and I kind of had an idea for one this weekend. So I just kind of like got started and kind of came up with this idea. I'm going for an old school kind of look with it, the old like OSR looking stuff. Um, it's been an interesting challenge to like write an adventure as opposed to just character options. I'm used to designing character options like, all right, cool, give these to your players, they're gonna do whatever, that's fine. And then going over and doing an adventure, it's like, oh god, I've got to make stuff make sense now. Like what? Which is weird because like I haven't minded doing this at all for like my own homebrew games or whatever. But like doing this as like a product that you're gonna put out is not gonna lie, kind of intimidating because like people can look and figure out ways to break an adventure in ways that like it's a little bit harder to break a character option. Um, but like I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of liking it so far. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I really am. And I think I could pretty easily make a series of, writing these whatever one-shot adventures. I think with like, I mean, this is probably going to be just like an interaction room, probably another interaction room, possibly combat throughout here, possibly combat, and then like, BBEG sort of a room right here. Um, I don't know. I am. I'm kind of thinking about. I'm gonna head out now. It was nice staying on and off the stream and trying my best to help out. Hey, thank you so much for all your input. Seriously, seriously appreciated that. So yeah, have a good night. Thanks for being here. Maybe I'll see you around on another video. Um, so yeah, I don't know. This has been an experiment. So maybe you guys will see a published adventure from me sometime in the next. I don't know. I hate to say month. I don't want to put a deadline on it, but like, I feel pretty good about the progress I'm making on it so far. Especially for having done all this in just a day. I'm like, yeah, okay, this could be pretty cool. So, I'm scared to write mine for that fact. Never been more mechanics based. I'm a lore person. My worst, my weakest writing muscle is definitely in lore, like fluff. Flavor text is something that is definitely an art, and Not a Dog, who might actually be in here, is a god tier lore writer. Like some of the stuff that I've seen him post over in the Discord server has been legit. Needs to be on the DMs Guild. I'm gonna keep pressuring you into writing until you actually get a product up there, man. Love your writing I've seen so far. So if you're here, shout out to Not a Dog, because Yeah, your work is great. Keep at it, man. Um, and I'm sure if you're over in the DM's Guild or my God, I'm gonna keep associating those words. If you're over in my Discord server, you can see some of his work. He's posted it up over there. It's just great stuff. Um, yeah, I'm gonna keep on him until he actually publishes something. But yeah, I I want to have fun with this. I think it could be a really fun series that like just keep continuing these. I've kind of fiddled with the name. Um, I just thought it would be really funny to roll with, and this is just placeholder cover art, but just calling it like Dungeoniest Dungeons. It's just really goofy. I thought about maybe making calling it like Denkest Dungeons or whatever. It's something to just kind of like I'm not gonna get tired of doing as a series. Um, but I wanted all the dungeons to feel that I make like to feel pretty classic. I wanted them all to be that very much like whenever I go into it, I want to feel like this is the Saturday morning cartoon D&D I really, really want. So that's what this whole series is going to kind of be about. Again, this is something that like I'm kind of concepting right now. Haven't really gotten super far into it, but I'm really liking the adventure writing process. I think it's a lot of fun. And a big shout out to MT Black for like writing the Anatomy of Adventure. That thing was very pivotal. That I noticed after reading that book and then going through and drawing a map, I was completely reconsidering how I was placing rooms, how like he mentions in there about like how choice is very much impactful, and trying to avoid what is a railroad adventure. And as I was drawing this, like this section up here and over here didn't really exist. And as I was reading his book, I was like, wow, wait, I made a railroad, didn't I? Literally, because there's like a railroad right there. Just serving as the straight up introduction to what would have been a straight path sort of a adventure. So I was like, all right, what's the challenge I can do here? What did I just do? Okay. Um, what's the challenge I can do here to like open this up? So I wanted to think of a separate path, not just the big, one that goes from A all the way to H. Um, so I was like, all right, what can I do to make it to where we open it up, but still wind up like making the players wind up around like the important areas. So there's a creature from I think it's like second edition D&D called the Thakwa, and I love this monster. This is so freaking cool. It's an elemental, and it's just like an elemental worm that can just burrow through rock real quick. It just like superheats the rock around it and just tunnels around. So the big thing is that okay, if there's going to be Thakwas in this area, they're like magma worms. So there's going to be different pathways that these things have just bored through this like whole mountainside. There's going to be lava flows, and I'm going to figure out how to indicate that really well. Like I need to make a legend that just says, cool, these are magma flows or whatever. But the Thakwa tunnels are going to be what connects all these different paths, and hopefully the players feel like, oh, cool, wait, we can go and explore some stuff here. That might be pretty cool. But there's always about a 25% chance that if they go down one of these paths, they can encounter a Thakwa like inside the tunnel. So, yeah, I really love that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. The further and further I get through with it, it's weird seeing like, man, this thing did not exist 24 hours ago, and suddenly it's like coming together. And I'm like, yeah, all right. That's a really fun, rewarding, just sort of a feeling. Yeah. I have a project that I can't reveal yet. It's super lore heavy. We talking about a campaign setting now, or what's up? Goofy 2 names are awesome. Yeah, I am all about, like, I love the old school look, and I want to figure out how to kind of bring it into, like, the new school sort of aesthetic. So, yeah, I don't know. Is it going to be called Dungeoniest Dungeons? I just kind of like the goofy naming style because of, like, Adventure Time. You know, I think that's just kind of like instilled that sort of in me. So, why don't you connect the pathway in the middle and make it a secret? As in, like, oh, you're talking about like connecting like something like right here, or oh, like right there. Um, so I really, why don't I? I don't know. I just didn't think about it. Um, there are secrets here that can make the players actually advance really quickly. This room is actually a big puzzle room, and this puzzle room is a secret. Not only do you have to like find this room by being brave and going through like some Thakwa tunnels, um, it also requires that once you get in here, there's going to be lava flowing down into a hole right there. And you've got to figure out, in order for you to get down into that hole, you need to somehow block off the lava flow. So, that's a little challenge room, and I think it could be pretty cool. But not a super hard one. I don't think they need to be super incredibly hard. They just need to be fun. But yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff planned for this. This is like baby steps. So yeah, it's the overall writing process. I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. It's big, and I really wish I could take it out in the open. Okay, talk about it in the open. Okay, okay. Hey, don't do anything that could get you in trouble. I mean, and I've learned, really, like realistically, I have had no problems with like discussing my projects with people in the community. Now, I'm not saying talk about it here on my YouTube channel or anything like that. But you know, if you've got some ideas or whatever, and you want to talk about somebody with it, like that's hit me up on Discord, maybe whatever. But yeah, because somebody else actually messaged me, and this might actually be a good closer conversation. Um, Somebody else had messaged me. I want to say this was on. I can't remember if it was on Patreon or what. Someone messaged me because they had some anxiety about possibly publishing an adventure or talking with somebody else about it because they were worried that like, hey, what can I do to make sure that nobody that I'm asking to playtest my idea is gonna steal it? So one of the things I'll recommend is over on the DMs Guild, what you can do is actually a kind of light form of copyright protection in a way. At least if you were ever to take it to court for whatever reason, this might actually hold up for you. And that's that you create a PDF and upload it to the DMs Guild, but you don't ever, you don't make the store listing public. You don't schedule it for a release or anything like that. But that will show that you uploaded it on a certain date so that you can later go through and download that PDF and it shows that like, hey, on that date, you made this thing. So if for some reason it ever does go to court, I mean, there's ways that you can digitally watermark some stuff or like, I don't want to say timestamp it. I don't think that's the right word. But you can put something of a soft like watermark on there. And the community, like, I'll be super super honest with just from what I've heard and know from working with a lot of people in the DMs Guild. They the amount of theft I've ever really heard happening with like a product or an idea or whatever in the DMs Guild, and the hundreds of products and creators I've talked to, I've heard of one instance of it ever happening, and it was never the theft of an idea. It was more so it was more so some shady, underhanded stuff that led to another product getting developed that was a very similar concept. So I don't think I would really call that necessarily plagiarism. But like for the most part, you're actually going to find some pretty decent people that are willing to give you some pretty solid advice in like the D&D creators circles. Topic is stream title. Why are there not magic vendors in any published 5th edition sourcebook? Shouldn't Aurora's whole Realms catalog have some competition. Um, are you saying like why aren't there any like magical merchants or something like that in an official book? Yeah, I was about to say I think Everon's got a few. Like all the mage rights and everything are. I mean, those are all. Is it mage rights? It's like mage rights and spell. Is it spell slingers and mage rights? Now, anyways, but yeah, they're actually like magical merchants. You know, they sell you spells. They'll cast a spell for you if you've got 50 gold pieces. You know, like I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, you can always make them. And Obaya in Mad Mage, but she mostly buys items. Ah, Wand Slingers. That's right. I just like the name Spell Slingers. It's such a cool alliterative, like, you know. Um, I actually almost made a Wand Slinger fighter subclass. I thought that would have been really cool. But, you know, I'm a big fan of the Dresden Files, and I wanted it to kind of feel like akin to Harry Dresden. But oh man, that was like 2 or 3 years ago. I haven't even looked at it in so long. In the thing, Tomb of Annihilation, starting area. There's a magic item shop. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know that could be a pretty fun project to eventually do. Um, I know eventually one of the things I want to do real bad is I just want to make a giant D100 book. I want to just make like 1,000 D100 tables that are actually useful for dungeon masters. Uh, like just random world building stuff, campaign stuff, whatever. Um, you know, like I think that a D100 table book would do really, really well, and yeah, God, it would be something that would be way too huge for a single person to take on. But it's something I considered doing a few times. Couldn't get into the Dresden Files. You know, I I've heard that from a few people. It definitely has a certain theme that I think like some people that are expecting high fantasy aren't super going to get out of the Dresden Files. But like, you know, they'll go over and read Dragonlance or Lord of the Rings or Wheel of Time and feel like, yeah, 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 I'm totally in it, you know, whatever. It's urban fantasy, so it's definitely a different vibe, and it does feel very pulpy. But I kind of love all that, but I'm also a sucker for westerns, so like, you know, I'm all about gunslingers and whatnot, and Dresden Files felt like it kind of scratched a few itches that I really I've been wanting out of a book, I guess you could say. Um, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some other books that I've wanted to get into, but just haven't been able to like sit down and get to quite yet. Um, you know, as far as Eberron novels, I have tried finding some, but you can't find them anywhere. The only place that you can get them is online, and I have tried sitting down with audiobooks, and I am just having the hardest time really. Um, Audiobooks were the only way I was able to finish Ninth House because like, whew, man, yeah, I had a rough time finishing that book. I just couldn't bring myself to keep concentrating on it, even though Leigh Bardugo was a great author. It just Ninth House felt super weak about midway through. The modern urban part, I can see that. I definitely can. Um, I understand really feeling like you want to get into a fantasy world and feeling like you're rooted in Chicago is just sort of like, why do I want to be here? But I also kind of love that. And there's a campaign setting book actually that I want to review. Hang on, let me go grab it real quick. Yeah, so I'm planning on doing a review of this campaign setting. It is basically what would happen if magic were real in America today. and it is so funny. I've got all kinds of concepts for Monsters America, all kinds of video ideas, but I just haven't been able to, like, I want to do it upright because they have some pretty funny skit ideas that I think would actually make for a video that could go viral if I did it right. But one of my buddies that's a videographer that I want to hire for it is, I mean, we're in the age of COVID right now, so it would just be pretty hard to get this thing up off the ground and do it the way I want to do it. So, but I have like outlines of a script and everything written, and I would love to do that in the future. Oh, there we go. Yeah, even my homebrew world, it's not like modern fantasy, but in the world of Lawenta, the way that I run it is like, I don't even think steampunk is the right word. It's like sort of French Renaissance with like kind of Saturday morning cartoony sort of feel. I don't know. There's an aesthetic that I've got pictured for Lawenta that I haven't really been able to actualize. Mostly because I need to hire an artist to kind of sketch my ideas out. But it's just a blend of everything JRPG I ever loved growing up as a kid. And I turned it into my world. Eberron is a very cool world. I completely understand the fandom. I completely understand why it's got so much love, and Keith Baker deserves all the success in the world from it. What I really want is for Wizards of the Coast to allow Eberron books to be republished. Please let us get additional printings of those. Like, oh man, I want to get more into the world, but I don't feel like I totally can until I get like printings of the books again. You know what I mean? So, yeah, audiobooks just don't do it for me. I need the physical. Give me the paper. I want the paper. You guys see all this? I love my books. Give me books. I don't need, I don't know, Jeremy Irons reading it to me. That'd be pretty sweet, though. Is it Jeremy Irons? I can't remember my voice actors' names. eBay, they go, I'm not kidding you, Eberron books go pretty expensive over on eBay. There's also a pretty cheap, yeah, Tales of the Last War. Well, Tales of the Last War is going for $30. That's not bad. Contributions from Keith Baker. Okay. Eberron books. The campaign setting books. Sharn City of Towers. Is it Shatterland? Wow, Thrift Books has it for $8? Did they get cheaper? I want to murder trees. Yeah, let me hallucinate while gazing at dead trees for an hour. You know what? That is, I think, my favorite metaphor. Is that it? Metaphor? Analogy for reading? Poetic interpretation of reading? I guess you could say. I don't know. Goodreads. What is that really cheap? City of Towers. Okay. Yeah, Amazon's got it going for $20 right now. Yeah, okay. Well, not bad. I mean, not as bad as what I was thinking. Because I thought I remember looking this up and they were like $50 back in the past. Analogy. I've seen Eberron Book Lot on eBay for as low as $11. So, what I would love to see though, like, okay, what I would really like to see out of that is I know it sounds now like I'm moving the goalpost. But what R.A. Salvatore did was they compiled the Drizzt novels into like 3-book, like big chunky boys. So like, you know, for all the Eberron stuff, how many pages is that? Because I've kind of got a scale at 384. Okay, for a $28 book. Man, I want to check it out, but like, you know, we're talking about, what is that, a dime per page? No, that's not a dime per page. What am I saying? Is that? No. Is that a dime per page? No. Three. Yeah, I'm. Wow, my math. That just shows how tired I am right now, right? What's that cost? That's $20.85 divided by $3.84. Okay, so it's roughly about 5 cents a page. That's, I mean, that's reasonable for like a newer release. I usually think. First books have been a godsend and back on par with my. You know, I need to go through and clean up my bookshelf. And you know how close I am to just chunking out my Patrick Rothfuss at this point? All the crap that keeps coming out about, like, what is it, Through the Stone Door or whatever, I'm so close to just, like, abandoning any hope of really getting through the Kingkiller Chronicles. I just don't think Patrick Rothfuss has got the gas to make it to the end. Like, you know, I remember reading the other day that his editor hasn't received any work in over 7 years, and I'm like, cool. I'm gonna not get invested in that series then. You know, like, same thing goes with Game of Thrones. As much as I loved watching it, like, I know it's super unique opinion here, but like, man, season 8, oh my god, blah. I don't feel like getting involved with Game of Thrones right now. I just don't really feel like I care enough to really go the whole way with Game of Thrones, reading it. Yeah. What's he doing a bad deal for publishing a book? No way. Who could have guessed? What was that? Just beware, the ending for Dreaming Dark is super rushed because WotC forced the 4-book series to end in 3. It's part of Game of Thrones. Fight me. Man, hey. Look, there were so many fumbles made with the end of Game of Thrones, and everybody said it. And we all know what the problems were. They could have ended Game of Thrones at the Battle for Winterfell, and I would have been like, all right, that was pretty sick right there. Arya, after Winterfell, her story made no damn sense. I didn't get any reason why Arya was even involved after the Battle of Winterfell. Spoilers for literally the worst, like, conclusion to any story whatsoever. Well, that's very much hyperbole. Anyways, I just didn't really see why Arya was even there at the very end. It just made, like, I loved her character so much. Battle in Winterfell, great, awesome. There we go. Literally the only reason why they had her even go to King's, is it King's Landing? God, it's been so long since I've even thought about Game of Thrones. Literally the only reason why they had her go there is because she was a fan favorite, and they wanted to have a cry moment with, you know, the fucking Hound. Clegane, oh my god. Anyways, I was so exasperated with Game of Thrones. Tyrion is still one of my favorite characters of, like, any series whatsoever. but like, holy shit, did they neuter him in like the last two seasons? Good God. Tyrion was such a better character. He did not deserve what they did to him in the last two seasons of Game of Thrones. That was so shit. So shit. And, I mean, hey, as somebody that's disfigured and very much into fantasy, with a handicap, I really hardcore related and, like, reflected with Tyrion. So, that really sucked. It was, yes, very blah. Um, mm. And I just don't really like. I I've kind of built a rule for myself now. Where like, oh, let's do that. Yeah, let's get some book lighting. How about that? Since we're talking books for a minute, um, I don't I don't really want to get into a series that like if I spend the hours going through it, I don't. I want it to. I want to know that it's going to end, and um, like, especially after reading the stuff I read here recently about Patrick Rothfuss, I am super hesitant to get into the Kingkiller Chronicles because I know about Quoth and I know like a lot about like I know a lot about the overall story and I've heard great things, but like man, I am not about to sign up to wait 10 fucking years to get a story to conclude. I just don't have that ounce of care in me. you know, um, I'm going to read a trilogy. Like, I am all about reading the Stormlight Archive because Brandon Sanderson has shown that he can complete a fucking series. He has shown that multiple times that he is super down to like, finish it, start and whatever. Um, which I know I've showed this here on the channel before, but I love that I did this, so I'm gonna keep bragging. Where'd you go? Yeah. So this is how dedicated of a reader I am, and why I can't be bothered to put the effort into reading Game of Thrones, because like I want to know the world. I want to tab it up. I want to see what all's going on, and especially for like Patrick or Pat, for Brandon Sanderson stuff, Mistborn was like, dude, what a fucking series, man! Like, I cannot get over how good Mistborn was. Um, I'm very. It's almost like I've kind of had like a bit of a hangover after Mistborn because I don't really know really where else to go but more Brandon Sanderson because like I'm reading Neverwhere by Neil Gaiman right now, and like man, I really want to get into it, but like, oh god, just going from something like this, like yes, Gaiman, brilliant writer, but like man, I'm so sucked into this still. And it's been 3 months since I finished it, or 2 or 3 months. I can't remember right now. But yeah, God, if you haven't read Mistborn, please do yourself a favor. It's like $20 on Amazon. So good. Oh man. Just it all. Also, I had him on here earlier. Brandon Sanderson is one of Ross's favorite authors. We've talked several times about books, and his two favorites are, I think, Robin Hobb and Brandon Sanderson. Which I actually picked up some Robin Hobb on his recommendation, so I need to check her out too. Okay, Ukulele, you need to get it out and start reading. It's so good, especially as somebody that is this into fantasy. Like, if you really want, really, really, really want to just see what it's like to build a world, what it's like to narrate a fucking fight scene, Jesus, man, Brandon's fight scenes are insanely good. He has a remarkable grasp of time, spacing. Like everything is very very well paced. I love Brandon Sanderson's fight scenes, man. Oh God, just yeah. I love that guy to death. Harlequin patchwork of tabs. It really is. And I know the first time I move, I'm going to have like half that shit fall out. But what it means is like I can go through and I know like, okay, I do this for authors that I really want to snag something from. And for Brandon Sanderson, it's his world building, his magic systems, his character development, fight pacing is so damn good. So damn good. And what else did I copy in here? Oh yeah, romances, like character death, whatever. Moments that made me laugh, moments that made me cry. It's just so good. Oh man. But yeah, and I do this stuff to like not only keep track of key moments, but I feel like my reading comprehension is massively improved whenever I tab a book up like this. So it was just like something I learned from college, and one of the things that really helped me pass my philosophy courses was just sitting there and tabbing up a whole lot of really dry old, yeah, geezer writing. Oh man. I still recommend Brent Weeks' Night. I need to read Brent Weeks. I have. Oh god, what book it is? Yeah. Hey, it's on my TBR. Yep. I've got Black Prism. It's like I said, it's on my reading list. I just have not. I'm still recovering from the ending of Mistborn. I, you know, I got to the end of Lord of the Rings and cried. You know, real hardcore cried. I felt, I felt destroyed just at the end of Lord of the Rings. Mistborn, dude, that shifts your perception for a hard minute. Oh man. Yeah, but Brent Weeks, I've been recommended him by multiple people, including Brandon Sanderson. Oh, and if you're into BookTube, you should check out, if you're really, really into reading and want to get some really great recommendations, my favorite YouTuber I've watched has been Daniel Green. Go check his channel out. I have never had a bad recommendation from Daniel's channel. I feel like my reading preferences almost like directly reflect his. And he's a really big Wheel of Time fan, so I need to get on that series at some point. This phone has been sitting on the there we go. Saving it on Amazon, which right now. Which one? Is it Mistborn? Have I read the Kyoshi novels? I've never even heard of them. Whoop. It's a good introduction to Avatar, but if you have seen it, 10 out of 10. Oh, it's not a good introduction to Avatar. Oh, okay. I have seen a lot of Avatar. Absolutely love Avatar. I haven't seen the last 8 or so episodes. Amanda and I started it this year. Unfortunately, I was born like 2 or 3 years a little early to, I think, appreciate Avatar, to grow up with Avatar, you know, because I think that came out whenever I was like a freshman in college. So, you know, I didn't really get to grow up with it, and then I just kind of saw it and kind of passed it off or whatever. And then this year I finally sat down because it came out on Netflix, and I was like, all right, people were telling me about Avatar, and I initially had put it on in the background while I was playing video games and just kind of doing whatever. And then I went from like over there playing Minecraft for a while to suddenly just like, whoa, wait, what? And like sucked into this cartoon. Avatar is legit. Love that show. I went from being just kind of like passe about it to whatever, to thinking like, oh my god, I missed out on so much. It's so good. I love Avatar. I love Neil Gaiman's comic work. I mean, his world building is top notch. I just can't get through his prose. Oh, he is a very, very, I don't want to say snarky writer, but like there's a sense of pretentiousness that kind of comes off with Gaiman that I don't really get out of many writers. But after having like gone through his masterclass, which very, very well worth it. I know masterclass was an expensive subscription, but like Jesus, the classes I got to take out of that were really, really sick. But Gaiman did his masterclass just on, hey, let's talk about what does it take, what's the writing process like, you know? And some of the tips that I included in my immersive world building video were actually from his masterclass. And oh man, what he had one of my favorite quotes about just storytelling that I've ever heard in my life. And how's it go? How's it go? He's like, oh god, oh, it's like he's talking about you're trying to evoke a certain emotion out of your reader, right? And he said the thing that you don't want to do is tell people how they should feel. You know, and this applies to all of us as DMs, or like hell, even players out there, where you say, you know, I don't want to ever put on a page that I killed this unicorn and it was sad. And I want you to feel sad and you're going to be crying. I want to kill this unicorn and break your heart. I was like, oh yes, that is so like, oh, great. I just love that. I love that quote. And I know I misquoted that somehow. I didn't get it totally right, but like, oh man, hearing Gaiman say it is like, because that guy has just sweet, woody British voice that's just like, man, talk to me more. Let's hear it. Oh god, yeah. Plus he's just got a great mind and like good means and path of communication, you know? Like, just a great, great orator. Yeah, go check out more Gaiman. Actually, there's like, I need to get to Coraline too. God, I'm just like pulling out everything I need for, right? Like, I picked up Coraline. I just, after taking his masterclass, I was like, I need to get through his work this next year. Because this is actually a big year of firsts for me. First time I ever read Lord of the Rings was this year. Shocker, I know, right? First time I ever sat down and actually read Lord of the Rings from Hobbit all the way to the end of Return of the King was, yeah. And then, what else? First Stephen King I ever read was this year. Read Pet Sematary, and it completely destroyed me. That's a book that I think, you know, I think I sort of thought that, like, could a book really traumatize you, you know, that hard? Could you really get that messed up by a work of fiction? And then I read Pet Sematary, and Jesus Christ, at about page 200, Stephen King absolutely makes you feel like you have just witnessed one of the, oh man, I remember not being okay from Pet Sematary for like a good solid month. That book fucked me up real bad. Not even scary. The Dark Tower. My buddy Robert keeps recommending me Dark Tower. I haven't been able to get to it yet. But yes, I very much think that as soon as I started reading Dark Tower, I would be instantly hooked. Because it sounds super my jam. I am all about like gunslinger fantasy. That is super sick. I would love to get into it. But again, I've got so much to get to, honestly. And trying to get into the YouTube, like actually making a channel work and everything is like, oh god, so time consuming. It really is. But it's a lot of fun. I've had a blast. What was I talking about before that? Stephen King. Oh, because Pet Cemetery doesn't scare you. Pet Cemetery traumatizes you. It's weird how like Stephen King causes some feelings that you didn't really realize that like you maybe had, or how do I explain it? Pet Cemetery will bring up old feelings that you thought you dealt with a long, long time ago, and will make you re-feel every ounce of grief you've ever felt. That book is rough, man, real rough. It's so rough. I've told people I was like, you know, how are you in life right now? Before I recommend this book to you, how are you doing? Because if you're in a place where, did you have a recent like death in the family or something like that? How good are you at processing? Are you feeling very dreadful or existential right now? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, do not fucking read Pet Cemetery. You'll see horror stories online of people that read Pet Cemetery at a very wrong point in their life and felt like that book actually intensified the trauma. Pet Cemetery is a rough one, guys. I'm not kidding you. I'm not over-exaggerating. I've read a lot of books in my life. Pet Cemetery was the roughest time I ever had with a book. Yeah. But, great read. Like, I mean, the fact that Stephen King can do that to you with a book, you know the guy's special. Got nothing but respect for Stephen King. And I was appreciative of the experience afterwards. I did like the book, but it was hard. It was very hard. Yeah. What else did I read this year? Oh, wait, let me see. Oh, yeah, no, Iroh's everybody's favorite character. Iroh's just a great, one of the best characters in any cartoon in the last 20 years. Easy, easy. Yeah. Damn, legend flashbacks of dead unicorns. Thanks, Darren. Oh, man. My homebrew world is heavily inspired by Avatar. Oh, right on. That elements is important. There's actually a homebrew class that I've been meaning to look at called the Lacer that is very much inspired by Avatar. I haven't really gone through it quite yet, but it is something I want to get to at some point this year. I think possibly after I make it through all of Avatar. Amanda's currently watching Korra, so yeah, at some point I want to check that one out though. It looks pretty good. It looks, yeah. Let me see here. Grew up with Stephen King books. My mother has every one. Eyes of the Dragon. Oh, yeah. I want to check that one out to see what he can do with traditional fantasy, but I've heard it's actually one of his weaker ones. And I'd hate to... I don't know. I've had a real good impression, first impression of Stephen King so far. And, like, I've got The Shining. I've got The Stand. And... It's funny, you would think that, like, this would be the worst year in the world to read The Stand, but, like, I'm thinking that it might be a good idea to wrap up 2020 by reading The Stand, just to fuck myself up. First book of Dark Tower was good, the next one was a struggle. I've heard everybody has that, where you get into the first book, and, like, I've heard that the entire Dark Tower series is like, first book, really, really great. And then like 2 or 3 books, it kind of slumps, but like, it just fucking escalates and does really, really well afterwards. So, yeah. The fact that it's done makes me feel a little bit better about possibly starting it. So... sounds like the opposite of Neon Genesis. Oh my god. I haven't actually sat all the way through Evangelion, but I get the synopsis, and I've heard enough from fans to make me feel like maybe I'll get to it at some point, but it just doesn't really sound like something I really want to go through this year. Dude, straight up go as he writes. It's better than more than first year. Actually, get Pet Cemetery was actually mine to Geralt's game. Hey, wait, Geralt's game. Oh, Gerald's game. I thought you said Geralt's game. I was like, you mean The Witcher? What? Uh, Later, I wasn't impressed by it, to be honest. Back to core, it has rough points, but man, do I love it. Oh, yeah. I've seen some. I've seen the first few episodes of Korra. But no, I haven't made it all the way through the series. But I mean, the fact that the fans that love Avatar really, really love Korra as well, I'm like, cool, I'm super down. Um, I Have the Dragon is a masterwork. Really? You'd say it's that good? Like, I've heard some people say that Eye of the Dragon felt a little tropey, and that, like, my number one thing, okay, the fact that I showed you guys how much I love Mistborn, I love strong female protagonists. The one thing I'm real sick and tired of getting is, like, the trope of we can't introduce a strong female unless she has some kind of, like, sexual assault in her past. Like, there's other ways you can make, characters strong outside of, like, relying on what's become an unfortunate, like, what do you even call that anymore? Is it a trope? Like, I hate reducing that down to, like, something like a trope, right? I think it's just become something that's, like, almost, yeah, I don't even know. It's like, it almost seems like it was like a box that you had to check off to make a, like, YA protagonist back in the last, like, 20 years of fantasy. And luckily, people are starting to get out of that. But, like, part of the reason I had such a hard time finishing Ninth House by Leigh Bardugo was, like, man, I just could not click with Galaxy anymore. Um, like, and Leigh just had a real bad time in really justifying her protagonist's actions in response to a real bad situation that happens in that book. Um, but yeah, it was messy, and I think that I just kind of like rolled my eyes at some of the stuff that happened in Ninth House because it was like, here we go. This is gonna be the same thing of hero does something just as bad as the people that they are like bashing and whatever. I don't want to spoil any of Ninth House. It was an okay read, but I'm sure that there are people out there that think that Ninth House deserves all kinds of accolades and whatnot. It was all right, very much all right. Um, oh, hey, thanks, Aaron. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to do just fun stuff around here, whatever. Books, music, D&D. Like I said, it's a hobby. I was talking about this a little bit earlier. You know, I I know I built a lot of the channel around D&D, but like I've always said, I really wanted to do music stuff. I love talking just books, whatever. So I'm trying to branch out and do more content like that. And God, the reception I got to the Jacob Collier video is like, all right, cool. Like maybe people do want to talk about music. Cool. I'd love to. God, I spent so much of my life studying nothing but music, and D&D is D&D is a hobby. But I would hope that more people that are in the D&D community would see personalities doing more stuff that isn't just D&D. So that way they'd be like, you know what? Like, maybe I should go and run today. Or maybe I should, I don't know, pick up a book. Or, like, I don't know, just something that's not always D&D stuff. Which I love. It is, I love the idea of, like, designing class options and writing adventures and doing whatnot. But I think it's a little bit... I'm seeing some personalities kind of in the scene that make me worry that, like, some people have definitely allowed it to consume, like, their entire personality. And I was talking about this a little bit earlier. And, I think it would just be pretty healthy, not just to, branch out for my own sake, but also to kind of show other people, like, hey, let's talk about some other stuff. Let's not just do D&D 24/7. Which I love the game. I absolutely love the game. But yeah. Oh wait, someone just mentioned House of Leaves. I have House of Leaves that haven't been tackling it yet. Certainly looks like it needs a lot of focus. I read it last year. I Oh man, House of Leaves is, how do you put it with that book, man? It is by far the most abstract read I've ever had. It was an experience for sure. I don't know. For those of you that don't know, House of Leaves is a very hyper experimental book, and there's another one by is it Jonathan Safran Foer? What was his name? Who's the guy that wrote Everything is Illuminated? Was that him? Jonathan Safran Foer. Yeah. He wrote a book that is like really bizarre. And House of Leaves reminds me a lot of this book. As soon as I find it, what was this called? Because you have to order a custom print anytime you want to read this book. Is it We Are the Weather? Experimental literature. Yeah, no, House of Leaves is like, you just have to surrender and know that, like, it's just going to be nuts. Is it Tree of Codes? Is that the story I'm thinking of? Yes, okay. So this is a book by, you have to, I think every copy of it is, like, you have to pay $300 for it. And you're about to see why. Let me get over here. Yeah, so every page of this book is, like, cut out. And, wait, am I? Let's move me over here. So every page of the book is cut out in a specific way. Oh, no. New York Times, get out of here. Oh, come on, give me a... hopefully you guys can see that. Yeah, so the way that the pages are cut out is so that, like, the story is going to be, like, you can read it, like, one word at a time, and then the more and more that you flip through it, the more that actually, like, gets taken away from it, or, like, new words come up, and it's a, like I said, hyper-experimental book. I haven't been able to get a copy of it. I can't pay $300 for this thing. It's very interesting looking, but I don't know. I think that this is a cool art piece, and I can appreciate what it's doing for, like, you know, experimental literature. And I think House of Cards did something very, very similar. Or House of Cards, House of Leaves. Because it'll come up, and it's not spoiling anything, right? Like, you start to realize that, like, there's some pretty insane things that are happening as you're reading it. I definitely did. Some people were telling me that this was a horror story, and I had about, like, 2 moments where it clicked, where I felt like, oh, okay, I'm getting it now. But yeah, there's just moments where, like, you'll be reading it, and then suddenly, like, there's just a jumbled mess. Oh, come on. Pull this up. Oh, come on. And I know of people that just claim that this is, like, the greatest thing ever written. I thought it was I thought it was a fun read. I dug it. I can appreciate what it was doing, for sure. God, I remember this page being the one that made me go, oh man, everything clicked. Oh, yeah, hang on. Yeah, like some of the pages of text are just presented like this, but you realize as you read along that like the way that it's making you read is actually playing with your subconscious. It's bizarre, bizarre. This isn't even as like this isn't even as extreme as it gets. I'm scared to look up anything on Pinterest. I don't know what's gonna pop up. There's some of the odd text. I don't, Megan, isn't there one page in particular that's like just super fucking bizarre? Because I remember some of the text is boxed in a way to where like it increases your reading pace, and you realize that like part of the reason why they did that was because some of the characters are running from something, and it's like very intentional. It makes you feel frantic, like oh man, no, and that's right. Like I don't think I really enjoyed reading House of Leaves, but after I read it, it was an I could at least say that it was an experience that I went through. And I was not nice to that book, man, because I was told by people, don't be nice to that book because it's not going to be nice to you. And the more and more you treat it like crap, yeah, uh, you're you want to be able to take out some frustration on it, and I definitely did. I got sick of reading Johnny what's his fuck nuts dialogue in there because I just thought he was an insufferable twat. But at least Nabenson's story, I felt like I was much more into a horror story, you know. And then like I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but yeah, it's a very cool book. It's very cool, but a very frustrating read, man. Yeah. By the way, do learn to Google Oscar. Yeah. Very aware. I'm tired. It is trippy, but it's a very cool, like, I would, um, there's certain people that I think I would buy that book and they would really appreciate it, but it's definitely not the thing that I think I could just pass off to, like, one of my buddies like I could with, like, Mistborn, you know? Mistborn, I think most anybody could dig that book. I think the same people that would probably take like DMT are the kind of people that would like House of Leaves and really, really get into it. you know, um, yeah, those same buddies that you go out and take ayahuasca with are the ones that are gonna feel like they've had a spiritual experience by reading House of Leaves. But it was okay. It was okay. Very experimental, but yeah, I think I've had some real good reads in the last like 2 or 3 years. Um, Guys, trying to remember all the stuff I did last year. House of Leaves was House of Leaves was a big part of last October. Um, God, what else? Oh God, I need to get to Joe Abercrombie. Um, yeah, Joe Abercrombie's on my reading list. Mark Lawrence. Oh yeah, Marlon James. I've talked about him on the channel before. Oh, Naomi. Oh, she did the Uprooted series. Yeah, and I mean, Ross has been trying to get me to check out Robin Hobb. God, my TBR is like so long, and every time I talk about a new book that I want to get into, I always get like 20 more recommendations on YouTube, and I was like, I, I'll get to it. I promise. I promise. Give it to your friends who have a major in art. You know, I think you can appreciate that book for what it represents as an art piece. You know, God, I need to get that. Ooh, give me a lighter screen over there. There we go. Um, yeah, I can appreciate what it was doing as like a piece of art for sure. In the same way that I think I can. I did that video on the Caretaker. Like, I can respect what the Caretaker was doing with everything at the end of time. But do you really appreciate the experience while you're going through it? You know, it's like that's very much, and that's not detracting from it as a piece of art. For me to say it's frustrating, no, not at all. If it evoked an emotion from you, then like it did its job. And sometimes that emotion it's going to evoke from you is going to be frustration. So like, would my mom enjoy reading House of Leaves? No, fuck no, she wouldn't. But it's also not like, Oprah's memoirs or anything that she's, been into reading. But I was trying to remember the last thing she read, actually. I think it might have been like an Eric Clapton biography or something like that. This is why audiobooks I'd rather read or this is why I do audiobooks I'd rather read paperback, but I get busy sometimes. I like getting the story while I do stuff. I can definitely see the merit in audiobooks, but like for me personally, God, it's just reading is a certain type of experience that I feel like I can only really really have whenever I've got the physical book with me. That because I wanted there's something that I like. I feel like I commit myself to the experience of reading whenever I sit there with the paperback, and it's a good. I like that meditative kind of like spot that I get into. So yeah, to me it's like there's nothing better than like sitting there and just letting your mind go. It's so great. Yeah. And that's another reason why the only reason I own D&D Beyond is designing stuff and well, YouTube now. But like I would just so much rather have the books despite the fact that they can't be like updated all that frequently and whatnot. Yeah. I spend hours a day in a car. Audiobooks is how I get most of my books. If I was doing a job like, truck driving or something like that, I could definitely justify it. Whenever I was working for... All right, so here's a little, like, Terran history. Last year for about 4 months, I was working for a medical marijuana processor. And I was a production manager over there. And, like, man, my job was... I know, sounds real cool, right? Yeah, you're measuring levels of THC. No, it was fucking data entry. It was so goddamn boring. Now, the holiday perks are pretty nice, but other than that, it's literally just me sitting in there and like entering numbers into a Rolodex. I say a Rolodex, software, whatever, and reading up on the medical marijuana administrations or associations, regulations, whatever, trying to make sure that we didn't get like shut down, which we did anyways. But hey, what do you know? But the whole time I was doing that, it was so easy just for 8 hours to just I could very easily see popping in an audiobook and just tuning everything out and just going to work. Cause like I've noticed that like music helps, sure. Yeah, OMMA. Man, that's I don't think I'm under NDMA or MDMA. I don't think I'm under NDA with yeah. I think so. Like so oh god, this is just like a dumb story. Yeah, I was working for a medical marijuana processor, and we were in Broken Arrow, which, if I know Adrian, if we're both Okies, but this was in Broken Arrow. Like for those of you all, I'm sure those of you that live outside of Oklahoma think that we're mostly like living in teepees and like buffaloes out on the prairie and everything, like. That's true for maybe like 1% of Oklahoma. For the most part, Oklahoma is a bunch of like rural areas that surround about like 3 urban areas, right? And those urban areas are Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and like maybe, I don't know, maybe Norman, I guess, because Norman's mostly a college town. I guess you might be able to say Stillwater, but anyways, so most of Oklahoma is like red, 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 right? We're talking major Republican areas around here. Tulsa and Oklahoma City are actually very, very progressive cities. So, you know, I live in Tulsa, and I was working in this place in Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow is like wannabe God country, but like you're talking about every woman that drives out there is a soccer mom, Karen in Walmart, like total cliche. And like out in Broken Arrow, we had our factory open up in a commercial area, which number one, by the way, I'm not responsible for any of this crap. Number one was against OMMA regulations, but there was a church being built, like I don't know, two or three doors down, and we were in there before the church, but the city of Broken Arrow was like, no, 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 we want the church. And so, like, literally, we had the business and everything, like, all up and going. Like, we had been in operation for, like, 8 months. And everything was totally kosher with the city. We were paying taxes and whatever. And then, like, they just came in one day with this, like, Barney Fife looking motherfucker. And, like, just gave us a notice of, like, cease and desist operations. And literally, I had gotten my letter of termination a week later. And, you know, I went from making some pretty nice cash over there to, like, just nothing. And then a week after that, COVID hit. And, it was just... This year, man, this year has been rough. Rough, I think, for everybody. But what's been keeping me sane? Is a lot of you guys that are leaving the just nice comments and really supportive stuff over on my YouTube channel. So I really appreciated having you all, and seeing all the growth and everything that's been going on has been really, really cool. So yeah, it's been a rough year. We're making it out of it, right? We're all mostly surviving. Yeah, that's right. Fuck this year. You know, it's crazy, like, watching... I mean, that's just kind of like the over-resounding motto of 2020. Just fuck it. You know, but we're all making it through it. We've got one more month, and then we're going to see what happens on January 20th. Hopefully we get a peaceful... we get a peaceful yawn to what has been a tantrum for the last couple years, and I'm thinking we're gonna be okay. We're gonna make it through. I was so hyped the radio station I worked was gonna let me helm a politics show, but no, it's funny. Oh man, hey, you can always start up, like, you know, there's a lot of really good YouTube politics channels out there. Vosh is one of my favorite commentators I've watched. David Pakman's show. Because we're getting a lot of people that are actual citizens that are getting some success, like boots on the ground, actual, like, hey, this is what it's like being in this situation in America. Very well-spoken personalities that are in the political spectrum for YouTube. Just always be sure you verify who you're checking out, though, because man, there's some real. Whew. Kyle Kulinski. I haven't heard of him. We were okay. We get shit last season. Hey, I think we'll make it through it. I think we will. I think. I don't know. There's a lot of things I'm excited for in 2021. Social Blade is actually predicting that I'll hit, like, what was it, 15,000 subscribers in 2021? I was like, what? Because, like, you know, I've talked with Kyle. Okay, I'll check him out. I keep checking my Social Blade anytime I have a pretty big spike, because, like, I'm always like, oh man, what's happening? Yeah, Social Blade. I don't know how many of you all know or familiar with Social Blade, but it's a website that you can see to predict your like view counts and whatever, where you might actually be for like future projections and whatnot, with a pretty good track record for accuracy. And I'll show you guys what it looks like on my side. Is that, yeah. So the thing I'm really excited for, and Social Blade doesn't really integrate with YouTube super well anymore. But the thing I've been really excited for is watching like my channel. Ever since I started, like, I don't know, I think kind of finding the people that are really like active in my community right now. The channel's been growing real scary quick. Like, I say real scary quick. It's been fun to watch. Oh, and by the way, what you make off YouTube is like less than this. I'll say that. You know, about right now, what I've made in the last, like, you know, whatever, not super great. This isn't necessarily anything I can live off of, but the cool thing that I'm really hopeful for with the end of 2020 is if I look at my future projections, like, you know, 12 months, 8,970 subscribers. So that would be about 4 times what I have right now. And me thinking about that in terms of like translating that over into money, $500 extra a month living in Oklahoma, not bad. Not bad. What does it look like in 2 years? That's me paying my rent on just doing fun YouTube stuff. You know, any side money I have, if I'm working as a, I don't know, like I've got an interview for a teaching position on Monday. Or like, hell, get me some of those, like, you know, nerd immersion numbers right there. That's me living very, very well. You know, AJ, I think AJ just did he hit 80,000 subs? Yeah, I think if AJ hit 80,000 subs, that's me living extremely well. So I'm hoping to, like, keep the growth going, and it would be really fun just to be able to, like, keep talking about just different hobbies and whatever here on the channel. It's been a lot of fun. So it's prediction. You know, I thought it would be a really fun goal to try and hit like 2020 subs before the end of 2020. And I love that, like, it seems like we're going to hit that, like, here within the next week. That's been so cool. I love that. Because I think I put that out, like, Monday last week or something. Oh, geez. 2024? Yeah, let's get to this point, right? Let's dethrone Nerdarchy. Oh, man. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be fun. I'm really, really hopeful. I've got a lot of really fun video ideas, and I think that, I don't know. We'll see what happens with this next year. But, hey, to those of you that hung out for, like, this last hour, it's cool chatting. It's been a fun stream. I think I need to give my voice a major break. I also need to get on to editing this video I shot with Ross. So, I think that might be it for this stream. This 4 hour, 8-minute long stream. So, thank you all for being here so much. I wanted to ask before you end stream. Did you ever watch that Scooby-Doo X? Yes, I did, and it was fucking great. Oh, man. So good. I loved that crossover. So funny. Yeah, I grew up on a lot of old Scooby-Doo, and I think that's kind of what gave me the love that I have for, like, Monster of the Week type games. Yeah. No, that was super well done. I think that was like a Cartoon Network promo thing, from what I remember. But yeah, that was legitimately awesome. Definitely put your channel on my guild's Discord. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, alright, everybody. So, yeah, feel free to shoot me a message. Whew, I'm gonna go drink some tea with honey, because I think I need that. Yeah, hey, absolutely. Super fun. You all have a great weekend. happy Thanksgiving, belated Thanksgiving. Go eat some leftover turkey. Go into a second or third or fourth food coma for the weekend. Hope you all have a great night. I hope you all are staying safe, staying healthy,